Good evening, dear listener. I'm glad you've joined me here tonight. This is a quiet corner, a place where history leans closer, not to lecture, but to soothe. Tonight, we'll wander through the tender rhythms of an immigrant family's life in the 1880s, when city streets carried both hardship and hope. You'll hear of long hallways, the hush of sewing needles, the breath of change moving like a night breeze through narrow windows. If you find these gentle journeys comforting, I'd be delighted if you tap the like button or subscribe so that you can always return to this little circle of light. And perhaps, if you wish, let me know in the comments where you are listening from. Whether it's a porch in the South, a window in New England, or a quiet bedroom far across the sea. Now, before we begin, take a moment to ready yourself for rest. Dim the lights or turn them off entirely. Maybe leave one window cracked for the soft drift of night air. Perhaps you can hear a fan circling lazily above, or the low murmur of a house settling for sleep. Let your shoulders ease downward, your breath slow. We're not rushing anywhere. And so, with your body resting and your mind drifting, let us step gently into part 1. A quiet wish rests where work-worn hands linger. In a narrow room on the upper floors of a brick tenement, Margaret Murphy sat with a length of linen across her lap. The evening was dim, the single lamp low to save oil, and the sound of her needle moving in and out of cloth was as steady as a heartbeat. She paused now and then, not from fatigue, though her hands were tired, but because her thoughts wandered. A wish was forming quietly, the sort of wish that never made its way into spoken words. She wished, most simply, for stability, for the rent to be met without strain, for her children to have shoes that did not wear thin before the season ended, for the coughs that echoed through these walls to fall silent. Yet she did not say these things aloud. Instead, she folded a seam neatly, pressed it flat with the heel of her hand, and glanced toward the window where the night pressed close, carrying the distant murmur of street cries and wagon wheels. Across from her, Daniel counted the day's coins slowly. He tipped them from one hand to the other, arranging them in little rows, counting once, then again, as though the number might change with repeated attention. When he caught Margaret watching, he smiled faintly and closed his hand around the coins. "Enough for bread, and perhaps a bit more," he said. The words were calm, almost casual, yet Margaret felt the quiet weight beneath them. He too carried wishes he would never burden her with. At the small table, Thomas, their eldest, set aside his stack of unsold papers. He had worked the street corners until dusk, calling headlines in a voice not yet a man's, but already lined with responsibility. He pulled a stub of pencil from his pocket and began scribbling figures in the margins of old sheets, practicing numbers as he had seen clerks do. His wish, unspoken, was to escape the cold streets for indoor work, to keep accounts instead of hawking headlines. But he did not say this. He bent his head and wrote quietly, letting the pencil's scratch be his whisper of longing. Near the stove, Sarah, still a child at 12, curled with a scrap of cloth in her hands. She imitated her mother's stitching, her brow furrowed in concentration. She wished to be seen as capable, useful, more than a burden. The thread trembled once or twice, but she kept at it, lips pursed in silent determination. Margaret noticed and smiled gently, but said nothing, for she knew encouragement was best offered by allowing the girl's own sense of pride to grow. And above it all, Grandmother Murphy muttered her prayers, rosary beads sliding like river stones between fingers bent with age. Her wish was for endurance, that her family might stand together no matter the trials ahead. She did not need to speak it, for each bead told the story in silence. The room itself seemed to breathe with them. Shadows swayed on the walls as the flame flickered. From outside came the faint ringing of a church bell far down the street, marking an hour no one had the luxury to dwell upon. The world beyond their four walls was shifting, labor unrest stirring, whispers of strikes and dangers rising. Yet in this one small apartment, time held still for a moment, long enough for each heart to cradle its quiet longing. Wishes in the tenement were rarely extravagant. They were folded small, like scraps of fabric tucked away for later use. Enough warmth for winter, enough bread for tomorrow, enough safety for a child to dream in peace. These wishes stitched the fabric of survival as surely as Margaret's needles stitched the cloth. Dawn flickers as the tenement wakes like an old clock. The city at dawn was never truly quiet, not even in these cramped streets east of the river. Yet to those who lived within the brick labyrinth of the tenement, morning arrived in subtle measures, like the ticking of a very old clock. Each sound and motion, another notch on the great wheel of survival. Margaret often woke before the others, her body trained by habit rather than desire. Long before sunlight touched the upper windows, she would slip from the rope bed, careful not to disturb Sarah's smaller frame curled against her. The boards were cold beneath her bare feet, the kind of chill that clung even in the warmer months, for dampness lived in the wood. She moved with practiced economy, stirring the small embers in the stove until they brightened, coaxing flame from what had seemed extinguished. A small fire at dawn. It was never grand, never roaring, but it was enough. The room began to fill with the faint crackle of wood, the soft warmth spreading slowly like a hand laid across one's back. Margaret leaned close, feeling the heat on her cheek, and for a moment she allowed herself the rare luxury of pausing, watching the glow, listening to the small snaps of flame. In that stillness, she thought of Ireland, of her mother rising early to set her own fire, of the comfort of continuity. What her mother had done, she was doing now. The chain remained unbroken, even here across an ocean. Soon, the others stirred. Grandmother Murphy's prayers came first, whispered words weaving through the air like threads of smoke. She prayed not loudly, but with the persistence of a river moving over stones. Then Thomas rolled from his pallet near the door, stretching limbs already grown long for his 16 years. His satchel of newspapers leaned against the wall, the leather scuffed, the straps worn thin. He rubbed his eyes and glanced toward the stove, and when he saw the flames alive, he smiled faintly as though the sight of that dependable morning ritual steadied him. Sarah was slower to wake. She turned on her side, resisting the pull of another day, then finally sat up with hair tangled, eyes heavy. Margaret handed her a cup of water drawn from the pitcher, cool and refreshing, and the girl drank quietly, gaze still distant, half in dream. Childhood lingered in her face, yet necessity was already pulling her forward into labor. Daniel, last to rise, groaned softly as he swung his legs over the bed. His body carried the marks of his work, small burns on his arms, a limp from an old injury, the stiffness of shoulders that had borne too many hours of iron and fire. He pressed his hand against his knee for balance, then stood with dignity intact despite the pain. "Another day," he murmured, not so much to his family as to himself, a mantra to begin the cycle again. Outside their window, the tenement itself was stirring. From the courtyard came the squeak of the hand pump as neighbors began drawing water. The sound echoed like the groan of old timbers, steady, familiar. Buckets clattered, voices greeted one another in a blend of accents: Polish, Italian, German, Irish. No single language ruled these halls, but all carried the same cadence of fatigue tempered with perseverance. A thin aroma of baking bread drifted from the corner bakery, carried on the morning air. It mixed with the less pleasant sense of refuse and coal smoke, yet even so, that hint of warm bread carried hope. Margaret noticed it as she prepared the small pot of oats for her family's breakfast. She stirred carefully, stretching what little grain they had, thinning it with water so that each person would have a portion. Thomas sniffed the air, grinned, and said, "The bakery will sell well today." His mind was always attuned to business, to the rhythms of supply and demand. In the hallway, children's feet pattered as neighbors sent little ones to fetch coal or sweep steps. The scrape of a broom on wood was part of the dawn chorus, as recognizable as bird song might be in more fortunate neighborhoods. A woman across the hall sang a tune under her breath, a lullaby carried over from the old country, though here it was repurposed as a work song, keeping rhythm as she folded laundry. Daniel sat at the table, lacing his boots with deliberate slowness. He glanced at Margaret, who was serving the thin porridge, and for a moment their eyes met. No words passed, but the look held volumes: gratitude, apology, endurance. They had spoken of the strike the night before, and both knew what risks the day might bring. Yet in the presence of the children, they allowed silence to hold the place of worry. Grandmother Murphy blessed the food, her voice low and sure. The family ate in near quiet, the scrape of spoons the loudest sound. Sarah giggled once at a crooked spoonful, then quickly looked down, as though laughter were a luxury too expensive to indulge. Yet Margaret smiled at her, a reminder that even in scarcity, joy had its place. After the meal, the household scattered into their duties. Thomas slung the satchel across his shoulder and adjusted his cap, ready to call headlines at the street corners. His voice, clear and ringing, would soon join the chorus of boys across the city, each vying to outshout the other. Sarah gathered scraps of cloth, determined to finish the practice stitching she had begun the night before. Margaret kissed her hair lightly, the gesture soft as breath. Daniel pulled on his coat and straightened, though the motion brought pain. His hat in hand, he glanced once more around the room, taking in his family as though to imprint the sight on his memory. There were days when a man went to work and did not return, not because of death, though that happened often enough, but because the factory gate closed against him for reasons unseen. He carried that knowledge with him always. The stairwell echoed as neighbors descended with their buckets and tools, the sound of many lives funneling into the same narrow passage. Margaret stepped out to shake a small rug, watching the activity. The building was alive now, doors opening, voices calling, children tugging at mothers' skirts. The tenement at dawn resembled a hive, each cell releasing its worker into the world, each returning at day's end, carrying what little nectar could be found. From the street below, the clip-clop of hooves announced the arrival of a wagon. A newsboy's cry rose above the clamor. "Railroad strike spreads, read all about it." The words pierced Margaret's heart, for she knew Daniel would hear them too, and what they signified. She returned inside, smoothing the rug with her hand, determined to keep her family's mourning steady despite the storm gathering beyond their door. Still, there was beauty, even here. A shaft of light broke between buildings, touching the window pane with a golden glow. Dust motes danced in the beam like tiny spirits. Sarah noticed and whispered, "It looks like angels." Margaret touched her daughter's cheek, nodding gently. "Perhaps it is," she said. The morning stretched, Onward neighbors leaned out windows to shake cloths, to call greetings across the courtyard. Somewhere, a fiddle struck a tune, quick and lively, though played softly, so as not to wake those who had worked through the night. The tenement was alive with the low hum of persistence, each sound a reminder that survival was itself a form of courage. As Daniel finally left for the ironworks, Thomas bounded down the stairs behind him, already calling to other boys. Margaret stood in the doorway, Sarah at her side, watching them disappear into the crowd. For a moment, she felt the tug of fear, but she pressed it down, turning back to the stove where the last embers glowed. She stirred them once more, coaxing a final flicker. Small fires at dawn, never enough to banish darkness entirely, but always enough to begin again. Narrow halls echo with soft footsteps and whispered play. By mid-morning, the building had found its pace, the way a river settles into the channel it carved long ago. The corridors, long and a shade darker than the rooms they connected, were not merely passageways, but the building's memory. They kept the marks of generations, a scuff where a trunk once scraped the plaster, a nail that never sat quite flush, a place on the banister worn to a silky crescent by careful hands. People came and went. The hall held steady, listening. Children learned the hall by heart first. They mapped its squeaks and soft spots, the reliable echo near the third landing, the place where a step, taken just so, sang a little higher. On good mornings, meaning no landlord at the door and no sudden task thrust upon their shoulders, the children tested the corridor with quiet games. A chalk line appeared, faint and blue, traced and retraced by a small finger, then quickly rubbed away with the heel of a palm when a mother's voice floated out, warning of rent collectors who disliked chalk almost as much as unpaid rent. Laughter stayed close to the mouth here, the kind that bubbles and then tucks itself back in before it can cause trouble. Sarah carried a basket along the wall, the weave bumping gently at her hip. She moved with the careful pride of a girl entrusted with errands, counting the steps to the second landing without looking down. The corridor had taught her balance. One hand on the basket, one hand open to the air, shoulders square. At Mrs. Abramowitz's door, she paused, listened to the murmur of voices within, and knocked with 2 quick taps that meant neighbor, not stranger. A loaf, wrapped in a clean scrap of linen, changed hands. "For the old man on the 4th," Sarah whispered. "His milk went sour." "Bless you," came the reply, and the door closed softly, the smell of onions and dill trailing out, making the hallway feel more like a kitchen than a road. On the first landing, the broom began its work. No one remembered who first appointed Mr. Giannopoulos keeper of the stairs. Perhaps no one had. Perhaps he took the role the way a man takes a chair in a room where he means to stay, by occupying it daily until it becomes understood. His broom was straw, bound in wire that reflected light in a thin, tired shine. He swept as if he were moving time itself, drawing yesterday's crumbs and lint and ash into a small, respectful pile. When the pile grew large, he scooped it with a flattened tin pan into a bucket he kept by his stool. The bucket and the broom were as much a part of the corridor as the creak on the 7th stair. If anyone asked why he did it, he would shrug and say, in his slow Greek lilt, "A house is a house." Then he would nod, satisfied by the truth he'd offered, and lean the broom against the railing as though it were another tired resident, grateful for a moment off its feet. Once, when a tiny whirlwind of dust lifted and turned in the shaft of light from the window, he watched it with an expression that might have been wonder, or perhaps memory, as if for a blink he could see the island he had left far behind, a beach, a sky without smoke. The dust settled obediently back to the boards. So did he. Doorways along the corridor breathed like lungs. They opened with a sigh and closed with a firm, familiar click. From one came a lilt of Yiddish that bent into laughter. From another, the slower cadence of Italian layered over the lace of a lullaby. The corridor acted as translator without speaking a word. You learned to know your neighbors by rhythm alone. Who cooked early and who cooked late, who prayed with the dawn and who knelt at noon. Prayers were private here, yet not entirely. A whispered Ave from one room met a quiet psalm from another in the thin air of the landing, and together they made a new music, fragile and sturdy at once. Near midday, the rent man climbed the stairs with a ledger held like a shield. He was not cruel, merely punctual. A different quality, but one that wears a similar face. Chalk rode his pocket like a holstered tool, its point sharpening itself on each entry. A discreet mark near a hinge could say more than a paragraph, and it said it in a language everyone understood. When he reached the third floor, his boots slipped on a soft grain of coal dust, and his hand shot to the rail, white cuff brushing the new chalk line a child had forgotten to rub away. He paused, eyes on the smear. In that second, the hallway held its breath. Then the man blew the chalk from his cuff in a small gray cloud and kept moving. After he passed, a door across the landing opened, and a woman's hand reached out with a damp rag to erase what remained. The hall exhaled. Mrs. Kowalski's cough, so familiar it had become part of the corridor's soundscape, was quieter today, as if it had burrowed deeper where sound thins. People kept their voices soft as they passed her door, an unspoken agreement that mercy wears slippers, not boots. Sarah stopped there a moment with an extra cup of broth covered by a saucer, the way her mother had taught her, to keep the heat in and the dust out. Mr. Kowalski opened the door only as wide as courtesy required, his eyes sandy with sleeplessness, his hair arranged by worry rather than comb. He took the cup with both hands and said thank you in his careful English, a word polished by practice. When he closed the door, Sarah stood a heartbeat longer, hearing within the slow murmur of his own accent folding itself around their prayers. At the end of the second corridor, a sliver of window offered a view of the courtyard. Laundry lines stretched like harp strings between buildings, shirts and sheets strummed by the breeze. A woman with sleeves rolled tidy as a schoolmistress wrung a garment over the tub, the muscles of her forearms working without complaint, the water wincing as it turned gray. Up here, the corridor received the scent of soap as a kindness. It masked the stubborn bouquet that lived in the plaster. Coal, cabbage, wet wool, without pretending it could banish it. Even perfumes know their limits. Thomas appeared in a rush of steps that tried not to sound hurried. Newsboys learned to stitch themselves to the edges of things, streets, crowds, corridors. He eased his bag off his shoulder and perched on the stair halfway between floors, that neutral spot where one belonged to neither landing, but could hear both. He had sold well that morning. A corner near the elevated line had been generous, men stepping down with coins already out. He counted, not to keep the money secret, but to make sure it would add up the same way when he showed his father later. The corridor's light was good for counting. Honest light, as he called it, neither flattering nor harsh. He caught Sarah watching him from the end of the hall and gave her a quick grin, a private shorthand that said, "I am all right," and asked in return, "Are you?" She nodded, a tilt of the chin that meant, "I am as all right as today allows." Their conversation traveled the length of the corridor without a word. Such messages were common currency here, as reliable as stamps. A small surprise arrived around the next turn of the stairs, the kind of shock the tenement preferred. Unexpected, but gentle on the heart. A pigeon, gray with a patch of white on its neck like a misplaced handkerchief, had found its way in through the open skylight and was now walking with great ceremony up the 9th step. It paused to examine a strand of thread, bobbed its head as if to compliment the workmanship, and then, to everyone's quiet amusement, proceeded to ride the current of a draft like a little ship, wings half open, floating down one stair at a time. Children watched from doorways, holding their laughter in their mouths like a sweet, and when the bird finally rose and slipped back to the light, a collective breath eased into smiles. Small wonders count double in places where large ones are scarce. Black humor had a place even in this narrow geography, but it came padded, never with a sharp edge. When Mr. Giannopoulos raised the broom to sweep a spill of rice, he shook his head and said to the nearest ear, "Rice always tries to become stars." The listener chuckled and answered, "Then sweep carefully, or we'll end with the sky underfoot and no place to walk." The corridor, pleased by the exchange, wore it like a new polish. Midday meal smells took their turn. A broth coaxed from bones that had already given everything, a carrot sliced thin as promises, a heel of bread toasted on a fork. A door clicked, and a tiny tin plate slipped to the hall with 2 sugared prunes on it. Payment for a kindness done earlier, interest paid in sweetness, because coins were the kind of debt that stuck. Sarah, sent by her mother to fetch a spool of black thread from Mrs. Goldstein's stock, walked past the prunes and then, with a pause of consideration, tucked them back into the doorway with an extra fold of the napkin. You did not take the first offering you saw. You let the right hands find it. Sometimes the hall brought news the way a shoreline brings in bottles. A voice would come from the stairs. Message for Murphy. And a slip of paper would exchange hands, the graphite smudged by the sender's urgency. Today the bottle brought a kinder thing. The Ali boy, hat in hand, asking after Grandmother Murphy's knees. He had learned something at the university about warmth and mustard and how to keep the skin from burning while the heat did its work. He spoke quickly, shy of his own usefulness, and left a small square of flannel folded to the exact size of relief. The corridor, which liked practical magic best, approved. Toward afternoon, the light shifted. The window's beam slid across the floorboards, visiting each threshold like a polite guest before moving on. In that traveling light, the corridor offered up its catalog, a child's drawing of a horse, cut from a newspaper and pasted to a door with flour glue. A string hung from a nail to hold a scarf, a crack that resembled a river on a map. People passed these without comment, but not without notice. The hall remembered everything. It asked you to do the same. There was, of course, the occasional quarrel. Voices that rose and then caught themselves, glanced at the neighbors' doors and lowered to a mutter. The corridor had no appetite for spectacle. It preferred solutions that looked like someone slipping a coin into a pocket, or a name into a note, or a piece of advice into a fold of cloth. Short tempers belonged to the street. In this narrowed world, there wasn't room for them to run. Once in a while, the corridor admitted a stranger, a reformer with polished shoes, a policeman who walked as if the stairs should move aside for him, a journalist who saw the hall as a photograph waiting for light. The corridor tolerated them, as old things tolerate new curiosity, but it did not rearrange itself to please. When one such visitor asked whether the hall was safe, an old woman answered, "Safe enough," and turned her key. which was all the permission the corridor felt obliged to grant. As afternoon leaned toward evening, the steps grew heavier, the return of those who had been needed elsewhere. Margaret passed through on her way back from the workshop, her fingers still carrying the memory of the day's stitches, her shoulders holding an inch of new weariness. She nodded to the broom, to the boy on the landing, to the open doors that allowed scent and song to drift. At the curve of the stair, she paused, laying her hand on the banister where so many others had smoothed it. The wood was warm. For a moment, she let that warmth travel up her arm as if the banister itself were saying, "You made it back." She took the last steps with easier breath. Near the Murphy door, a thin envelope waited, propped like a tent. Inside was a note in Mr. Sullivan's neat hand, 2 lines, no waste, the practical kindness of a man who must weigh every word. Fitzgerald's family will need help. A list will circulate. It was signed with a small cross, as if to bless the request. Margaret laid the note under the sugar bowl, where Daniel would see it first. The hall had done its job, carried need to those who could shoulder a portion of it. By the time Thomas climbed the stairs again, the building had begun its evening rehearsal. Kettles ticked on stoves. Windows were pushed up to trade heat for air. A violin tuned itself across the way with a patient ear. Thomas paused at the 3rd step from the top. His step, he called it, the place where something in the wood held his weight as if it were listening. He took the day from his pockets. Coins here, a stub of pencil there, a folded bit of news with his initials in the corner. He smoothed the news and tucked it into the crack by the door, where his father liked to keep clippings, a small library of hope. A final moment came before the lamps were lit, when the corridor stood between states. Day not yet forgiven, night not yet claimed. In that twilight, 2 children made a cautious race from one end to the other, feet barely touching down, breaths held to stay quiet. At the far door, a grandmother lifted her hand and waved them back like swallows. Their return flight made almost no sound, and when they reached her, she bent and kissed each hairline, whispering a word that belonged to no single language but meant the same in all of them: home. The corridor, having done what it could to hold the day together, relaxed its shoulders the way an old chair does when the last person rises. Somewhere a match struck, a soft flare against the hallway's dark. A lamp chimed as its glass was set. Those who needed to talk spoke softly at their thresholds. Those who needed silence let it form around them like a shawl. And down at the first landing, the broom made one last, deliberate pass, gathering what the day had shed, carrying it away so that tomorrow could begin without yesterday underfoot. A house is a house, the keeper would say again, and the corridor, pleased, would agree. Behind lowered eyes, unspoken burdens quietly gather. By the time late afternoon stretched its long shadows across the brick face of the tenement, the building had gathered a different kind of silence. One that was not empty but layered, full of meanings that could not be spoken aloud. Within these narrow walls, words often carried a cost. A single phrase overheard at the wrong moment could mean lost wages, a suspicious glance from a landlord, a knock on the door from a policeman who claimed to be only passing by. And so much of life here was conducted in half tones. A glance, a pause, the kind of silence that said more than whole sentences might dare. Margaret understood these unspoken burdens as well as anyone. She had carried them since stepping off the ship years earlier, the Atlantic wind still in her hair, the sound of departure horns ringing like promises. In Ireland, hardship had been a shared melody. Everyone sang it, Everyone knew the tune. Here, it was different. Here, hardship was carried privately, each family balancing its portion, careful not to show too much for fear that neighbors already weighed down might falter at the sight. And yet, within those lowered eyes, they all recognized themselves. That afternoon, Margaret paused in the corridor with her sewing basket in hand. A neighbor passed her on the stairs, an Italian mother whose arms strained under the weight of a laundry bundle. Their eyes met briefly. The woman gave a faint nod, her face drawn, but determined. She said nothing, but Margaret heard her as clearly as if she had spoken. Rent due, child ill, work scarce. Margaret answered with her own nod, as if to say, "I know." The conversation ended there, 2 silent paragraphs exchanged without a sound. Inside the Murphy apartment, the children worked on their small tasks. Sarah sat by the window, the slant of sunlight illuminating her careful stitches on a scrap of cloth. She concentrated fiercely, jaw set, as though each tiny loop of thread were proof that she could contribute. But Margaret noticed the slight wince when her daughter's fingers pricked the needle's sharp point. Sarah said nothing, only sucked the finger quickly and bent her head back to the work. The silence around the pain felt heavier than the pain itself, as though admitting hurt might reveal weakness in a world that demanded only strength. Thomas came in later, his cap pulled low. His face was flushed from the effort of shouting headlines, but his expression was subdued. He set his coins on the table, more than usual, and for a moment Margaret felt relief brighten the room. Yet Thomas did not meet her eyes. His hand lingered too long over the coins, his jaw tight. Something had happened, something he did not intend to tell. She recognized the shape of that silence, the kind born of pride mixed with shame. A boy's attempt to shield his family from a truth that might wound them more deeply than it wounded him. Margaret did not press. Instead, she set her hand lightly over his, whispering only, "Thank you, son." The silence held. Daniel's burdens, too, showed themselves in quiet ways. That evening, as he returned from the ironworks, his gait was more uneven than usual. He lowered himself into the chair with a grunt, his boots heavy on the floor. Margaret asked nothing, but she noticed how he rubbed his shoulder, as though the muscles had stiffened to stone. He said only, "Long day," and then fell silent. But the silence was a veil stretched too thin. It did not conceal, only muted. Margaret busied herself at the stove, giving him dignity by not asking what he could not say, that each day's work was taking more from his body than it returned. The tenement was full of such shadows in plain sight. Behind nearly every door was a secret, and yet everyone seemed to know. A man who coughed at night but told no one. A widow who bought less bread but walked with a lifted chin. A boy who stayed out late on errands he never explained. No one exposed these truths directly, but all adjusted their steps around them, as though living within a great, shared silence. Even the hallways seemed to breathe differently at such times. In the corners of the stairwell, children hushed their play when a certain door opened. The broom paused when a rent collector's shadow darkened the wall. And when the name of the strike came whispered down the hall, it traveled like smoke, curling low, touching every threshold without ever showing flame. One evening, Margaret saw it most clearly. She was carrying a bundle of mended shirts to Mrs. Goldstein when she noticed a group of women gathered at the bottom of the stairs. Their voices were low, their faces intent. She descended quietly and joined them, no invitation needed. Mrs. Abramowitz spoke in her brisk way, saying only, "Not good." Bleeding again. The others lowered their eyes, nodding with grim understanding. They were speaking of Mrs. Kowalski, whose illness had worsened. No one said the word consumption. They did not need to. The silence that followed spoke it more loudly than any voice. Margaret felt her heart tighten, but she did not ask questions. Instead, she shifted her bundle to one arm and said, "I'll sit with her tonight, if needed." Another woman nodded. No one smiled, no one thanked her. Such words were unnecessary. This was the language of the tenement, burdens shared in silence, promises made without ceremony. Later, at the Murphy table, as the family ate their modest supper, Margaret noticed Sarah glancing often toward the Kowalskis' door across the hall. The girl's eyes were wide, curious, frightened. Finally, she asked, "Is she going to heaven soon?" The words broke the silence, and the air seemed to shift. Grandmother Murphy answered firmly, "Yes, child. She's borne her suffering. The good Lord will grant her rest." Margaret placed her hand on Sarah's shoulder, steadying her. The girl nodded, but the weight of the silence returned, heavier now with the child's understanding. Outside, the evening settled. A fiddler played in the courtyard, the notes drifting up through open windows, but even the music seemed subdued, as if the violin itself respected the hush that hung over the building. Neighbors leaned in their doorways, listening, not speaking. Shadows pooled along the corridor, thick with things unsaid. Silence carries more weight than any spoken word. Evening has a way of gathering itself differently inside a tenement. Where morning bustled with scraping buckets and the hum of voices, the hours after work slipped into something tauter, quieter, as if the walls themselves were listening. There were words people longed to say, complaints about wages withheld, aches that would not ease, fears that curled in the belly like hunger, but those words rarely left the tongue. Silence often bore them instead, and in that silence lived a strain you could feel even in the wood beneath your feet. Margaret sensed it first when Daniel came home that night. His boots, heavy with factory dust, thudded slower than usual up the stairs. She could tell before she saw his face. He had spent the day not only fighting iron, but swallowing grievances. When he entered, he removed his cap, sat at the table without a word, and pressed his hand to his shoulder as though the muscle had turned to stone. His silence filled the room more fully than any story of his day could have. Margaret knew this language by heart. Thomas had returned earlier, his satchel emptied of papers. He should have been proud. He had sold well, the railroad strike stirring curiosity and demand. But instead, he sat by the window, gaze unfixed, tapping the edge of a coin against the sill. Margaret asked nothing. She had seen the small bruise at his temple, the mark of a scuffle quickly disguised. He had chosen silence, and so she chose it too, allowing him the dignity of carrying his own weight, even as she bore the strain of knowing. Sarah stitched at her corner of the table, the thread quivering between her fingers. She was trying a new pattern, one her mother had shown her that morning, but her small hands trembled. When the thread knotted itself, she clenched her jaw, fighting tears. Margaret touched her gently on the shoulder. "Take your time," she murmured. Sarah nodded, biting her lip. She would not cry aloud. Already the girl had learned what all in the building understood. That sound carried far, and sorrow was often safer unspoken. Even Grandmother Murphy, whose prayers usually filled the evening, kept quieter than usual. She sat with rosary beads sliding through her fingers, lips moving, but voice no more than a whisper. Margaret thought of how much her mother-in-law had endured. The famine, the long passage across the sea, the endless beginnings that never quite became stability. She prayed now with a kind of weary privacy, as though the words themselves might collapse under their own weight if given volume. The strain of silence was not confined to the Murphy home. Across the hall, the Kowalski door opened briefly. A neighbor emerged with a basin of linens, her expression grave. She did not need to say the words. The bloody cloth told its own story. Consumption had tightened its grip. Margaret crossed herself silently, while Sarah turned her face away, eyes wide. No one spoke. The door closed, and silence deepened. In the hallway, the broom's usual swish had stilled. Mr. Giannopoulos sat with the broom resting against his knee, as though the building itself had told him to pause. He gazed at the floorboards, his thoughts hidden, his silence another thread in the corridor's woven hush. Even the children who sometimes raced along the landing walked softly, sensing that laughter tonight would echo too sharply. When supper came, it was simple broth and bread. The family ate with the small sounds of spoons and chewing, but conversation did not rise. Daniel finally broke the hush with a single sentence. Fitzgerald was taken. His voice was low, his eyes fixed on the table. Margaret closed her eyes briefly. She had known something was wrong, but the words still fell heavy. "His wife?" she asked. "Expecting," Daniel answered. Nothing more. The silence afterward said everything. Thomas shifted in his seat, the bruise at his temple catching the lamplight. He looked as though he wanted to speak, to rail against the injustice, but the room's hush pressed down, and he swallowed his words. His coin tapped once more against the table, a nervous rhythm. Margaret reached across and stilled his hand with hers. The touch was not only comfort, but a reminder. Strength could be quiet too. Outside, the city continued its noise. Horses clattered over cobblestones, vendors called their wares, and somewhere in the distance a whistle shrieked, signaling another factory shift. Yet inside the tenement, it felt as if the air itself had grown dense, thick with all that was left unsaid. Later, as Sarah prepared for bed, she whispered to her mother, "Why is everyone so quiet?" Margaret smoothed the girl's hair and answered softly, "Because sometimes, love, silence is how we carry what we cannot change." Sarah looked at her with wide, thoughtful eyes, then nodded, settling onto her pallet without further questions. Daniel remained at the table long after the others had gone to rest. He sat with his head bowed, fingers interlaced, staring at the grain of the wood. His silence was not emptiness. It was thought, calculation, the heavy arithmetic of survival. Margaret watched him from her place at the stove, knowing better than to break the spell. Some burdens required the balm of wordlessness. The strain of the tenement's silence was everywhere, woven into each lowered gaze, each withheld sigh, each pause that spoke volumes. It was not the silence of peace, nor the silence of absence, but the silence of endurance. And though it weighed heavily, it was the only language the walls truly trusted. A neighbor's kindness reflects fears held too closely. By the next morning, the tenement had already folded back into its rhythm. Wooden stairs sighing, buckets clattering, doors opening and closing like the beat of a weary drum. Yet in that familiar pattern, there were moments when the lives of neighbors mirrored one another, when one person's gesture threw light on another's hidden fears. Margaret felt it first as she carried her sewing basket down the corridor. Her mind was full of calculations, how many shirtwaists she could complete by week's end, whether Daniel's wages would be enough to cover rent if the strike rumors hardened into fact, how long the oats would last before another trip to the grocer became unavoidable. She was so deep in her thoughts that she nearly collided with young Elias, the Abramowitz boy, who was coming up the stairs 2 steps at a time, a grin flashing across his face. He held a folded scrap of bread in his hand, wrapped carefully in newsprint to keep the butter from smearing. "For your Sarah," he said, thrusting it forward with the urgency of someone proud to have remembered. "Mama said she should eat more." His words tumbled quickly, without self-consciousness, but his eyes darted away as though embarrassed by his own generosity. Margaret accepted the bundle with a soft smile, thanking him warmly, and in that small kindness she saw reflected the unspoken worry of her own heart, that her children, too, were often hungry, that she was not alone in measuring portions more closely than she would ever admit. As she walked back to her door, Margaret passed Mrs. Goldstein's room, where the seamstress sat with her lap full of spools and scraps. The older woman looked up, sharp-eyed despite her years. "You'll need stronger thread for that cloth," she said, nodding toward Margaret's basket. She reached into her collection and handed over a spool without hesitation. "Take it. Pay me later, or don't. It's the work that matters." Margaret's hand brushed against hers as she accepted the spool. In that touch, she felt again the silent exchange of mirrored lives. Goldstein had known the insecurity of rent collectors, the gnaw of empty cupboards. She too had children once who needed feeding, though now they lived far away. Margaret's worries were not solitary. They were shared, echoed in every neighbor's quiet gesture. Later, in the courtyard, the mirrors multiplied. A photographer had returned, his heavy camera set on its tripod, the glass eye staring at the women bent over washboards. He meant to capture the labor of the poor, to show it to those who had never lowered their own hands into soap-gray water. Margaret watched with unease. She wondered what the photographs would reveal. The strain, the bent backs, the calloused hands. Or would they show dignity, the resilience etched into every furrow of the women's faces? As if sensing her doubt, the man looked up and greeted her by name. "Mrs. Murphy. 5th floor, isn't it?" She was startled, he remembered, but she held his gaze. "We may be poor," she told him evenly, "but we're not simply objects of pity. If you show us, show the dignity too." For a moment, the air between them thickened, silence pressing like another neighbor listening from a doorway. Then the photographer nodded, more solemn now. In that reflection, Margaret saw her own guarded pride, her fear that the outside world would never understand their lives, mirrored back in his acknowledgement. The afternoon brought another echo of fears. Little Anna, the widow's daughter from down the hall, slipped into the Murphy kitchen, clutching a torn apron. She held it out shyly, eyes down. Margaret took the cloth gently, noticing how the girl's shoulders trembled. "It's nothing," Anna whispered. "Mama will be cross if she sees." Margaret sat her down and mended the tear with quick, neat stitches. She handed the apron back, smoothed Anna's hair, and said softly, "Better to show the break and have it mended than to hide it and let it worsen." Anna's eyes widened as if Margaret had spoken some secret she had not yet learned. And Margaret realized she was speaking to herself as much as to the child. Her own fears, Daniel's work, the threat of eviction, the uncertainty of tomorrow, were like that torn apron. She hid them, but perhaps they too needed light and mending. That evening, Daniel returned from the ironworks later than usual, his face shadowed by something he did not say. Margaret offered him the buttered bread saved from morning. He accepted, though he ate slowly, as if chewing over thoughts heavier than the bread itself. Finally, he looked at her and said, "They spoke of bringing in detectives. Pinkertons." He said no more, but she understood. It was enough. Margaret set her sewing aside and reached for his hand. In his eyes she saw reflected her own fears, the fear of violence, of men with batons and guns breaking apart gatherings. But she also saw resolve there, the same flame she had glimpsed when he first told her of labor meetings. His courage mirrored her own hidden strength. Neighbors stopped by that night, some bringing small gifts, half a loaf, a pinch of tea, a word of encouragement. Each gift was also a reflection, a mirror of need answered by compassion. And though the shadows of the city grew long, Margaret felt a certain lightness in knowing their lives were not carried alone. Threads of care weave the fabric of survival. By the time twilight began softening the edges of the city, the tenement pulsed with the quiet industry of many hands. If you stood in the corridor long enough, you could hear it. The hush of needle and thread sliding through cloth, the low scrape of spoons stirring broth. The faint rhythm of a lullaby hummed more for the mother's comfort than the child's. These small sounds, woven together, were as essential as food or heat. They were the community's threads, binding life into something stronger than the sum of its parts. Margaret sat by the table with her piecework spread before her, the day's wages already stitched into the fabric, though the coins would not be seen until the pieces were delivered. The lamplight shone across her bent head, turning the sheen of the cloth into something almost luminous. Around her, the family worked as well. Sarah with her careful practice stitches, Thomas copying words into the margins of old newspapers to improve his writing, Daniel leaning back with his hand over his shoulder, watching them all with tired but steady eyes. Outside the Murphy door, the corridor was alive with similar scenes. At Mrs. Abramowitz's, voices rose and fell in Hebrew prayers, while her daughters folded laundry with practiced speed. 2 doors down, Mrs. O'Brien sang softly as she braided her youngest girl's hair, the tune a mixture of Gaelic melody and American hymn. Across the courtyard, an Italian family knelt together before a small statue of Mary, the candlelight dancing across their faces. Each household seemed separate, yet their lives overlapped like threads in a loom. A child's cry would bring 3 doors opening, women leaning out with offers of broth, cloth, advice. A dropped thimble on one floor might roll down the stairs and be returned an hour later by a boy with dirty knees and a wide grin. No act existed in isolation. Every gesture pulled others into its orbit. That evening, Margaret carried a bundle of scraps to Mrs. Goldstein. The older seamstress kept a drawer of leftover cloth, odds and ends that no one else wanted, but which she turned into garments for children who had outgrown their sleeves. Margaret added her own scraps to the drawer and left with a length of sturdy thread she could not have afforded otherwise. Neither woman called it charity. They called it balance. Later, Sarah brought her small stitches to show her grandmother. The older woman, squinting through tired eyes, nodded gravely. "Strong enough to hold," she said. Sarah's shoulders straightened with pride. The lesson was more than sewing. It was the knowledge that she too was a thread in the family's survival, that her hands mattered. Down in the courtyard, the wash lines sagged under the weight of damp clothing, shirts and sheets dripping into the communal tubs below. Women leaned together, scrubbing side by side, their conversations a mix of languages, but their gestures identical. One woman held the baby of another while she wrung out a garment. Another ladled water from her bucket to fill her neighbor's tub. These were not grand acts. They were simply the only way to endure. Margaret paused at the window, listening to the hum of those voices rising. She thought of how, in Ireland, neighbors had gathered in much the same way, over turf fires, around shared loaves. Here, In the shadow of factories and crowded streets, the setting had changed, but the principle remained. Community was the thread that kept the cloth from unraveling. Thomas, returning late with his empty satchel, saw it too. He stopped at the stairwell, watching a group of boys trading coins to buy a single loaf of bread to share among their families. No one said the word hunger, but all understood it. He added one of his own coins to the pile before climbing the stairs. When he reached the apartment, he said nothing of the gesture, but Margaret knew by the lighter sound of his steps that he had chosen rightly. Inside, the family gathered once more at the table. The broth simmered thin but fragrant. The bread was divided carefully, and the lamplight cast a warm glow across weary faces. Margaret looked around and felt for a moment the strain of the day ease. They were not alone. Beyond their walls, other families sat at their tables too. Other hands worked. Other hearts carried hope. The threads stretched outward, connecting one household to another, binding them into something far stronger than they might ever be alone. A small kindness opens a door without sound. Even in the most crowded tenement, where doors seemed to press against one another and voices carried through thin plaster, it was the quiet gestures that mattered most. The world outside might roar with factory whistles, with the metallic clang of hammers and the bark of policemen keeping watch over uneasy gatherings, but inside these walls, the softest keys turned the hardest locks. Margaret discovered one such key in the late afternoon, when she was making broth from bones she had bartered for at the butcher. The pot bubbled gently, steam clouding the small window pane, when a soft knock came at the door. It was Mrs. O'Brien, cheeks flushed from the cold air outside, holding out half a loaf of brown bread. "For the soup," she said, her voice brisk, as if embarrassed by the generosity. Margaret accepted with a smile and placed the loaf on the table. "And you'll take some broth for yourself before you leave," she replied. It was not a trade, not quite. It was something less calculable, a key passed hand to hand, unlocking comfort in both directions. Sarah watched from her chair, eyes bright as she saw the exchange. She whispered, "Why does she give it away when she has little too?" Margaret touched her daughter's hand. "Because sometimes giving is how we keep ourselves whole," she answered. Sarah nodded, storing the thought like a lesson, the way children do when they sense the truth is larger than they yet understand. Later that evening, another quiet key turned in the form of a visit from young Elias Abramowitz. He carried a bundle of wood scraps gathered from the carpenter's yard, too small for selling, but perfect for the tenement stoves. He stacked them neatly by the Murphy hearth, saying only, "Father says they'd burn well." He lingered a moment, shy, before running back down the stairs. Margaret touched the wood, still smelling faintly of sawdust and resin. It was more than kindling. It was a neighbor's key unlocking warmth for a long night. Daniel, weary from his day at the ironworks, felt that warmth when he returned. He stood by the stove, soaking in the rising heat, his face softening as he stretched his arms toward the fire. Margaret did not tell him yet of the strike rumors whispered through the hall. She let him have this small comfort first, this door unlocked by another man's son carrying scraps of wood. At supper, the family ate slowly, stretching bread and broth into a meal. Thomas spoke little, but Margaret noticed how he glanced often at the door, as though waiting for something. When she asked, he shook his head, muttering only, "The strike talk is louder tonight. The news sells, but it feels dangerous." His eyes flicked to Sarah, who was listening. He fell silent, locking away his fear. Margaret wished for a key to unlock that silence too. It came unexpectedly from Grandmother Murphy. The old woman, who often kept her prayers to herself, began humming a hymn as they ate. Her voice was low, cracked, but steady, filling the room with a sound that wrapped around them like wool. "Sing with me," she urged softly, and one by one they did. Even Thomas, reluctant at first, joined in by the second verse. The hymn was not sung for piety alone. It was a key, turning the lock of tension in their shoulders, opening a space where worry loosened its grip, if only for a moment. After supper, Margaret carried a small portion of broth to the Kowalski apartment. The door opened to reveal Mr. Kowalski's tired eyes, grateful yet too burdened for words. Margaret placed the bowl on the small table and pressed his hand briefly before leaving. She did not stay long. She knew the vigil required silence more than company. But as she walked back to her own apartment, she felt the invisible tumblers of another lock shift, as if one more door had opened quietly between neighbors. Upstairs, a different act of kindness unfolded. Mrs. Goldstein, always sharp-tongued in business, had set aside a scrap of fine cloth, too small to sell, too precious to waste. She passed it discreetly to Sarah, saying, "Practice your stitches on this, child. It will teach your hands respect for fine fabric." Sarah's eyes widened at the gift, her small fingers tracing the smooth weave. She did not speak, but her delighted nod was its own form of thanks. The cloth was more than practice. It was a key to pride, to learning, to possibility. And then came a moment that Margaret would remember long afterward. Daniel, having finished his bread, reached for Thomas's scribbled papers on the table. He read the boy's practice notes, numbers carefully lined in the margins. He looked at Thomas, and instead of his usual quiet nod, he said softly, "You'll make a fine clerk one day, lad." The boy's eyes widened, hope spilling across his face. It was a father's acknowledgement, spoken aloud at last, and it was the gentlest key of all, unlocking a door Thomas had been pressing against silently for months. The night deepened. Outside, the wind pressed at the windows, rattling the loose pane in its frame. But inside, the keys had turned. Warmth in the stove, bread on the table, song in the air, pride unlocked between father and son. These doors did not need hinges or locks of iron. They opened in silence, held by threads of kindness that could not be measured but could certainly be felt. In lowered voices, a plan finds its first breath. Night did not fall so much as gather, like a shawl drawn up over tired shoulders, until the courtyard lamps were only pale islands in a broad sea of dusk. The building, which by day wore all its noise openly, now spoke in smaller ways. Hinges cleared their throats. A kettle muttered. Footsteps learned humility. People did not stop living after dark. They simply gentled it, the way one eases a squeaky door so as not to wake the baby in the next room. Margaret trimmed the lamp, holding the wick steady as the flame settled into a softer glow. The cloth on the table had been shaken and laid smooth, the day's crumbs carried to the stove's open mouth like a tithe. Sarah practiced letters on the slate, S's that still looked a little like fish, R's that insisted on an extra tail. Thomas, newly washed and a touch formal in his clean shirt, tried not to look at the clock, as if not looking at it might slow it. And Daniel, tying the knot on his bootlace a second time just to feel it hold, lifted his eyes toward the door, and then to Margaret, asking a question without words. She answered in kind. One small nod, careful as a stitch. He would go. He would be careful. And he would come back the way men have promised to come back since promises were first needed. She folded a piece of cloth into his pocket. Nothing grand, just a clean kerchief, and brushed the factory dust from the shoulder seam of his coat. In a house so close to the world's hinge, tenderness had to be quiet if it meant to survive. The meeting place was not secret, not exactly. Secrecy in a tenement was a story people told themselves to feel braver. But it was discreet. A bakery back room reached through a door that stuck, with flour dust setting on the tables like new snow. Men had been coming there for years to eat bread that could break a tooth or save a life, depending on the date on the chalkboard. Tonight, the ovens were cooling, their iron mouths open, breathing out the last of the day's heat while the cat made a slow tour of the floor, paw pads leaving small crescent prints. Daniel stepped in and let his eyes adjust. About a dozen men, give or take the caution of those who preferred the doorway to the chair, murmured greetings that were mostly nods. In the far corner, Mr. Burke from the foundry was already rubbing the chalkboard clear with a damp rag. On it, someone had written earlier, in a hand that fought the flour dust and won, 3 plain lines. 10 hours, not 14. Pay on time, not in tokens. Guard the hands. Guard the lungs, someone had added beneath. And with Sundays for God and laundry, which made a few men smile, because a true miracle would indeed find room for both. The baker's wife poured coffee so thin the lamp could almost see through it, and handed around cups whose chips made a map of hard years. The men took them gratefully, holding the heat more than the drink, and settled by habit into the chairs that wobbled least. Daniel sat, the kerchief Margaret had tucked into his pocket, touching his palm like a benediction. "We'll keep it short," Burke began, roughly in the key of gravel. "Short talk keeps long jobs." There were quiet chuckles, affectionate toward a wit that didn't scare the birds. Word is the rail boys may move, and when the rails move, everything rattles. If we ask soft and straight. No bricks, no broken windows. We name the hours. We name the pay. We name the guardrails that keep a man's hand his own A-hand Rose, Callahan, who had once been a schoolteacher before the hunger taught him other lessons. "I can draft it," he offered. Plain words. Nothing for a lawyer to gnaw. He pulled a stub of pencil from behind his ear and squared the paper on his knee. "Names?" He looked up. Nobody moved. There are moments when silence is not cowardice, but good sense dressed plainly. "Hold," Burke said. "No names on the paper. Names live in pockets. What lives on paper is the ask." His thumb rubbed a track in the flour on the tabletop, drawing a line as clean as a horizon. "If anyone must sign, it will be us who have already been seen." He cut his eyes toward Daniel. It was casual, and not casual at all. Daniel breathed, slow enough to listen to it. A match flared for the lamp on the far shelf. In the small brightness, men's faces became particular. Creases remembered, burns mapped, each man wearing the day's work like a second collar. The cat, full of its rounds, leapt to the baker's stool and pressed its ribs against a warm pipe. Somewhere outside, a wagon wheel hit the same hole it always hit and complained as if the city had wronged it personally. "What we ask," Burke went on, "isn't a favor. It is a fair day for a fair day. 10 hours for a man to give, 14 hours to keep his own life. Wages counted in coin, not in promises dressed as tokens. Water on the floor, clean and plenty. A guard where a gear might take what it didn't lend." He tapped each line as if to weigh it. "We ask as men who intend to keep working and living." Someone in the doorway shifted. Leather creaked. The way dust settled on his hat brim said he had not been a regular in bakeries. He stood a little straighter. Then need required. and watched a little harder than custom allowed. Men are not fools. They saw him without seeing him. Callahan's pencil paused. Paper can be brave. The hand holding it must remember children need breakfast. Put it this way, Daniel said quietly, surprising himself by hearing his own voice carry so gently. That with less hours, a man may come home with enough left in him to read to his child, mend a hinge, climb the stairs without borrowing tomorrow's breath. That guarding hands guards the work as well, because a man keeps skill where he keeps his fingers. There was a small, thoughtful sound from around the room, like men testing that thought against the shape of their own days and finding that it fit. The baker's wife, who had stood by with maternal authority, set down a plate of buns that had crossed the day's finish line long ago. "Stale," she said, "but honest." A laugh rose and laid itself down again. Callahan wrote. The pencil's song was the only busy thing in the room. When he was done, he read the page slowly, the clauses plain as wood, hours named, wages regular, safety not as charity, but as method. He did not adorn it. Ornament wastes the breath needed to lift the thing. Then the sound came. Small, but it braided all their senses into a single rope. A police whistle, not close, not far. In a city that layered sounds the way a tailor layers cloth, the whistle always found a way through. The man in the doorway looked down the hall and then back, like a person who has decided whether he is early or late. The cat opened one eye and closed it again. The cat had learned the value of not volunteering. "Rap," Burke said, not loud. Cups found their way to a basin, paper folded to the size of a palm. Men who had come in by the front went out the back, and those who had come by the back allowed that the front door had its virtues too. The baker wiped the flour lines with the same rag that had cleared the chalkboard, erasing geography. The room, left to itself, looked as if it had only ever known bread. Daniel stepped into the alley, where the air smelled of yeast and old stone, and let the city find him again. He could feel the shape of the folded petition in his pocket, rectangle warm against his thigh. The thing about paper is that it is light until someone hands it to you. He started home by a longer way, not hurrying the night. Street lamps made halos on the cobbles. A pair of boys rolled a hoop along the curb, the way other boys rolled luck. And a woman, shawl tight, walked with bread under her arm, as if carrying a sleeping child. Above, laundry lines hung like slender bridges from one life to the next, the shirts not exactly white and not entirely defeated. Over toward the river, a dark lace of iron marked the bones of the new bridge, cables catenary and patient. The whole enterprise insisting on a future by the simple gall of existing in the present. At a corner, a newsboy with a voice built for roofs called the late edition. Meetings rumored, rail unrest spreads. The boy winked when he saw Daniel, as if the headline and the man were cousins. "Late bun?" he asked, eyeing the paper twist in Daniel's hand. "Stale," Daniel said, "but honest." The boy laughed and touched his cap. Men take their humor where the night allows. Upstairs, before he returned, the apartment had been smoothing itself toward rest. Sarah had put her slate away, the fish-like S's slowly learning dignity. Thomas had caged his restless feet and traded them for a book balanced on his knees. Margaret set 2 cups by the stove, not to brew, tea being scarce enough to count days by, but to warm, because hands believe what they are told by the porcelain they hold. Grandmother Murphy had begun a litany of names under her breath, the living and the dead jostling as kindly as family does on a church bench. When Daniel's step reached the landing, Thomas was already standing, Sarah already rising by imitation, and Margaret already at the door with a look that searched for missing parts and, finding all the pieces present, softened into something like ordinary happiness. He came in and let the door find its frame. The room's heat took him in with small hands. "Bread," he said, holding out the twist. "From the bakery." The buns were dense as the day they came from, but Margaret sliced them thin and warmed them on the iron, and somehow the heat revised their memory. The four of them chewed as if tasting news. "How was it?" Thomas asked, testing his way across the question like a boy crossing a stream on stones. Daniel took a breath that didn't ask for more air than the room could lend. "Short," he said. "Plain. A paper was made." He touched his pocket. He did not take the paper out. Even words can be drafts. "What do you ask?" Sarah said, with the bluntness children offer when adults fling curtains where windows could be. "Less hours," Margaret answered. "More safety." Wages counted in coin. She broke the last of the bun and handed it to her daughter, and in that small division, the petition gained another clause, and bread enough to share. They sat a few minutes more without hurry, the way people do when they believe the chair will consent to hold them for one more night. Daniel told a quiet joke about a foreman who thought a machine ate coal, but discovered it ate men instead, and everyone laughed, the careful laugh reserved for black truths that prefer a veil. Grandmother said the rail boys would need better boots if they meant to stand long, and there was the practical gospel of it. Later, when the children had been settled, Thomas, with his book face down to hold a place in a world that would still be there in the morning, Sarah with her fingers smelling faintly of slate and the idea of ink, Margaret and Daniel stood by the window. The air shaft's thin sky offered a coin of moon and a thread of stars. You had to teach your eyes to find. Somewhere below, a fiddle found out a tune that had lived on 4 continents and never remembered its passport. "You'll be careful?" she said, "because there is comfort in asking what you already require." "I will," he answered, because he had learned that carefulness, like bread, must be made fresh each day. "If they ask for names, I'll offer ours. And if they offer trouble, then we will offer each other." He touched the folded page in his pocket a last time before laying it under the sugar bowl, an altar as good as any, to keep its shape until morning. The sugar was mostly memory, but memory can weigh something too. Across the hall, a door eased open and shut. The vigil continued for Mrs. Kowalski, breaths counted, cloths cooled, songs hummed so low the words kept their shoes on. In the courtyard, a coal cart grumbled as if scolded into obedience. The cat, finished with politics for the night, dreamed its democratic dream of fish. The city would wake tomorrow with its usual ambition. Skyscrapers rehearsing their intention to be called that, rails impatient to draw lines over maps, wires itching to shorten distances for voices. But tonight, in one back room of a bakery, flour settled back to flour, and in one 5th-floor room, a petition rested under a sugar bowl while 4 people practiced the small art of staying. A choice waits quietly, heavy as iron in the hand. Morning rose gray and undecided, the kind of dawn that gave no hint whether rain or clear sky would follow. In the tenement, people stirred as always, though their movements seemed slower, as if the air itself weighed more. Margaret stood by the stove, coaxing a small flame into life, while Sarah rubbed her eyes and drew her shawl close. Thomas laced his boots in silence, his glance shifting often toward his father. Daniel had not yet spoken. He sat at the table, shoulders squared but face unreadable, the folded paper from the night before still tucked under the sugar bowl. Margaret poured tea so thin it was nearly colorless and set it before him. He wrapped his hands around the cup, more to feel its warmth than to drink. Everyone knew today was no ordinary day. "Will you go to him?" Margaret asked softly, careful that Sarah's ears were turned toward her slate. Daniel nodded once. "Mister, Harrison expects me." The name alone carried weight, the way iron carried heat long after leaving the forge. It meant the iron works owner, the man whose word decided wages, hours, futures. Margaret pressed her lips together. She did not urge or forbid. She only reached across the table and straightened the kerchief in Daniel's pocket, the one she had folded there the night before. It was her way of saying, "Whatever you decide, go with dignity." After breakfast, Daniel rose, took the folded petition from beneath the sugar bowl, and slipped it carefully into his coat. He did not say goodbye. He never did, for fear of giving the word too much power. He simply nodded at each of them, a silent roll call of eyes meeting eyes. Then he left, boots heavy on the stairs. The walk to the ironworks was long enough to think, but not long enough to find comfort. The streets bustled with carts and boys calling papers, yet Daniel felt curiously apart from it all, as though the day had placed him inside a glass vessel through which he could watch but not touch. At one corner, he passed a newsboy shouting about the strike, waving the evening edition already smudged with ink. Men stopped to listen, to argue. Daniel kept moving, the petition a weight in his pocket. The factory yard smelled of smoke and sweat, the same as always. "But this morning, mister," Sullivan, the foreman, stood waiting at the gate, not inside as usual. His expression was tight, his eyes flickering. "Murphy," he said, nodding, "you're wanted in the office." Daniel gave a brief nod in return. Workers nearby glanced his way, then looked quickly down at their boots. Everyone knew what it meant to be summoned. Inside, the administrative building was cleaner, quieter. The air held the faint scent of polished wood, a world away from the clang and grit of the workshop. Daniel walked the narrow hall until a secretary gestured toward a heavy door. "Mister, Harrison will see you now." Harrison's office was broad, with tall windows that let in the gray light. A polished desk stood like a barrier between two worlds, its surface bare except for neat stacks of paper. Harrison himself stood by the window, his hands clasped behind his back, watching the yard below as though it were a painting hung for his amusement. He turned only when Daniel entered. "Murphy," he said, his tone neither friendly nor harsh, simply the voice of someone accustomed to being heard. 5 years, Department 3, reliable, capable. That is what your foreman tells me." Daniel inclined his head but did not speak. "I also saw you last night," Harrison continued. He walked slowly around the desk, each step measured. "At a gathering that had nothing to do with your assigned work. You stood among men who speak of unions, of strikes. Dangerous talk." Murphy Daniel kept his gaze steady, though his heart thudded. He neither denied nor admitted. Silence, sometimes, was the strongest defense a man possessed. Harrison stopped in front of him, studying his face as though it were another ledger to be balanced. "You are a good worker, skilled. We need men like you. And so I am willing to offer you something different, a promotion. Assistant foreman at the new facility across the river. Higher pay, lighter work, authority over a team." He let the words settle, their weight deliberate. "But there will be conditions. You will keep clear of labor meetings, no organizing, no agitation. Your loyalty will be to the company. Only that." The silence that followed was immense. Daniel felt the petition in his pocket like a burning coal. Promotion or principle? Stability or solidarity? His mind raced through faces. Margaret, stitching late into the night. Sarah, her hands small but learning. Thomas, already dreaming of office work rather than iron. Fitzgerald, arrested and facing ruin. The widow Kowalski, alone now with her grief. "Do you understand what I'm offering?" Harrison asked, his voice calm, almost kind. "Yes, sir," Daniel said finally, his voice steady. "I'll have your answer tomorrow morning," Harrison replied. 7 o'clock. Here. With a flick of his hand, he dismissed him, already turning back toward the window. Daniel left the office with his jaw tight. Outside, the yard roared with its usual sounds, machines grinding, men shouting orders. Yet he felt as though he walked through silence. His choice pressed on him like iron in his hand, light enough to carry, heavy enough to crush. He did not return to the workshop that day. Instead, he walked the streets, aimless at first, then toward the river where the new bridge stretched skyward, its cables arching like prayers in steel. He stood watching the workers high above, their bodies small against the vast structure. Each man risked his life daily for a future he might never see completed. Their courage seemed to ask him a question. What risk was he willing to take for his own children's future? When Daniel returned home, Margaret saw at once that something had shifted. She led him inside, away from the curious eyes of neighbors. He sat at the table, pulled the petition from his pocket, and laid it down. "He offered me a foreman's place," he said. "Better pay. But only if I turn away from the others." Margaret looked at him, her eyes calm though her heart raced. She reached for his hand, the way she had the night before. "And what will you tell him?" she asked. Daniel closed his eyes briefly, hearing the clang of the factory, the murmur of the bakery meeting, the hush of his own children breathing in their sleep. "I don't know," he admitted, "but I will by morning." Every choice carries the echo of what must be lost. The night before, a decision is rarely restful. In the Murphy apartment, the lamplight burned longer than usual, the flame trimmed low but steady, like a companion that refuses to sleep until everyone else has surrendered. Margaret sat at the table with her sewing, though her hands moved slower than the rhythm she had learned long ago. The cloth slipped once, and she did not bother to correct it immediately. Her thoughts were elsewhere, wandering the same narrow circle again and again. What if Daniel accepted? What if he refused? What either road would ask of them all? Daniel sat opposite, shoulders hunched, elbows on his knees. He stared at the floorboards as if they contained an answer carved in wood grain. His jaw was set, his lips tight. He had said little since returning from Harrison's office, and Margaret had asked even less. She knew words could break under the weight of such choices. Better to let silence carry them until the time for speech arrived. Across the room, Thomas had fallen asleep with his head on his arms, a book still open beneath his cheek. Margaret gently pulled it free and placed it on the shelf. She noticed the neat lines of his handwriting on the margins, notes carefully copied, words he wanted to remember. Her chest tightened. Already the boy was half a man, his future pressing at the edges of childhood. A father's decision tonight might shape the road Thomas would walk tomorrow. Sarah lay curled on her pallet, the faintest smile on her lips, dreaming perhaps of nothing more complicated than warm bread and a patch of grass. Margaret bent to kiss her hair and whispered a prayer that her daughter might keep innocence a little longer, though she knew innocence was often the first sacrifice demanded in the tenement. Grandmother Murphy murmured her rosary in the corner, beads slipping like water through her fingers. Her whispered prayers stitched the air together, old words repeated until they were less petition than heartbeat. Each Hail Mary was another thread holding the family upright. Daniel finally broke the silence. His voice was low, rough with fatigue. "He thinks loyalty is bought with coin," he said, "that a man's worth is the hours he sells. But loyalty is to the ones at this table, to Fitzgerald, who has no coin left at all, to the men who come home missing fingers, breath, strength. How do I tell him that?" Margaret set her sewing aside. She met his eyes, steady and calm. "Not with words, Daniel. With your choice." He nodded, though his face showed the weight of it. "A promotion means bread on this table, shoes for Thomas, books for Sarah. It means safety." For a while he paused, his hands tightening into fists. "But at the cost of turning my back on the others. At the cost of my own soul." Margaret reached across and took his hand, her fingers rough from years of work, yet warm with quiet strength. "Every choice carries its sacrifice," she said softly. "The question is whether you can live with the echo of what you lose." The hours dragged. Outside, the city hummed in its restless sleep, wagons on cobbles, muffled arguments from saloons, the wail of a baby somewhere down the street. Inside, the family carried their vigil without lamps of hope, only the dim glow of resolve. Toward midnight, Thomas stirred awake, eyes bleary. He looked at his father and spoke with the bluntness of youth. "If you take it, you'll be safe. But the rest of them won't. If you refuse, you'll be poor, but you'll still be one of them." Daniel studied his son, struck by how much wisdom could live in a 16-year-old's mouth. "And which would you choose?" he asked. Thomas hesitated, then said quietly, "I'd rather be poor with friends than rich with none." His voice cracked a little, betraying the boy he still was. But the words rang true, carrying the clarity of youth unsoftened by compromise. Daniel's eyes softened. He reached out and placed a hand on his son's shoulder. "You're growing into a good man," he said simply. By the time dawn began to brush the sky with pale strokes, the choice was no longer a question. Daniel rose, washed his face in the basin, and dressed as if for another day at the factory. He took the petition from under the sugar bowl and slid it into his pocket, not to show Harrison, but to remind himself why he must refuse. Margaret tied his scarf with careful hands. "Whatever comes," she whispered, "we'll endure it together." He kissed her forehead, then each of the children still half asleep. To Thomas he added, "Remember what you said. Hold to it." To Sarah he murmured, "Keep your stitches steady." She smiled drowsily, unaware of the full weight of the moment. As Daniel stepped into the hallway, Margaret watched from the doorway. The corridor smelled faintly of coal smoke and boiled cabbage, the familiar scent of countless mornings. Neighbors stirred behind their doors. Life pressed forward as it always did. Yet today was different. Today, one man's decision would echo far beyond this hallway, into the yards, the workshops, the very soul of the community. Down the stairs he went, each step slow and deliberate. Outside, the city was already alive with clattering wheels and shouted bargains. But Daniel moved as if in a pocket of silence, carrying the echo of sacrifice with him, ready to answer when the moment came. Sometimes the softest word is the strongest wall. The sky had that colorless look that belongs to factory mornings, a rinse of light that neither comforts nor warns. Daniel walked with his coat buttoned, though the air was not truly cold. The habit of a man who expects the day to lean hard against him and prefers to meet it squared. The petition, no longer needed, not for what was coming, rested in his pocket out of respect, the way one carries a prayer even knowing one will not say it aloud. He reached the ironworks earlier than he had to, a small courtesy to fate. Men in 2s and 3s moved toward the gates, their breath making faint ghosts before them. Their talk kept brief, so as not to borrow trouble from the day. Mr. Sullivan stood just inside with his clipboard, tapping the top edge with the end of a pencil, as if keeping time to a tune only foremen hear. He caught Daniel's eye, gave the kind of nod men exchange when they have both rehearsed the same outcome in separate rooms. "Office?" Daniel asked quietly. Sullivan's pencil paused. "Office," he answered, equally quiet. There was sympathy in it, but also the iron rule of places where steam and schedules set the tone. A foreman can feel for a man and still move him along. "He's expecting you." Daniel crossed the yard. The forge doors yawned dark, mouths that had learned to speak in heat. A crane creaked, its chain clacking in patient inches. Somewhere a boy laughed too loudly and was shushed by a voice that had seen fingers lost to laughter. The world did not pause to honor any single man's moment. It never had. He climbed the administrative steps and let the door's polished brass cool under his palm. Inside carried that clean, varnished smell that always struck him as unlived in. Wood the color of tea, glass that pretended not to have been breathed on by anyone at all. The secretary did not bother with the formalities this time. He waved Daniel through with a brief, "He'll see you." Harrison stood at the window again, a habit a man takes when he likes to view life from behind glass. He turned as Daniel entered, one eyebrow raised as if he had ordered this moment and was curious whether it had arrived in good condition. "Murphy," he said, "punctuality is a virtue." "So my mother taught," Daniel replied, not because he meant to be clever, but because an old truth had felt its way to his tongue. Harrison gestured toward the chair opposite the desk. Daniel remained standing. The owner's mouth twitched almost into a smile, then changed its mind. "I presume," Harrison began in a tone men use for meetings that do not intend to be long, "you've had the night to think. Sensible men sleep on crossroads." "I slept a little," Daniel said, "and watched a bit besides." "Good." Harrison folded his hands. They were the clean hands of a man who lifts pens and prospects rather than tongs. "Then we can be direct. I require your answer." There was no speech in Daniel, no list of reasons. He had worn them smooth during the dark. The room seemed to ask him to justify himself in paragraphs, but he had chosen a different grammar: plain, enough, final. "No, sir." It was not loud. It did not need to be. A soft word can be a wall, well laid, true to the line. Harrison blinked once, not in shock so much as in the way a man blinks when dust has dared fly in from a lower world to trouble his eye. "You are declining a promotion," he said, as if shelving the sentence for a clerk to find later. "You are aware of the consequences." "I am." Daniel kept his hands loose at his sides. "And I bear you no malice for your offer. It's a respectable offer. For another man," Harrison repeated, tasting the idea. "And for you?" "For me, it costs what I am not prepared to spend." He did not say the words union or solidarity, did not light matches he did not need. He let the refusal remain what it was, an answer that answered only what was asked. Harrison studied him, perhaps looking for wobble the way a shopkeeper eyes a stool. Finding none, he walked to the desk and lifted a small ledger, the book of endings. "Very well," he said, and the very well fell like a neat seal on wax. Your service is at an end as of this hour. Wages due will be sent to your address. Mr. Sullivan will see to your tools. Daniel inclined his head. He wanted to reach for the petition in his pocket and lay it on that fine desk, not to persuade, but to mark the moment with the honesty it deserved. He left it where it was. The paper was a covenant with men who could not afford to visit this room. It belonged with them, not on the owner's polished wood. One last thing, Harrison added, as if remembering a courtesy one should not omit even with the help. You are a capable man. Avoid foolishness. Some bridges, once burned, leave only water. Daniel thought of the half-built span over the river, stone towers staunch as prayer and cables thrown like harps into the sky. Some bridges, he said gently, are built by men who were told not to try. Harrison's face did not change, but there was a faint tightening at the corner of his mouth that could have been annoyance or admiration, or the ache of a tooth. Good day, Murphy. Good day, mister. Harrison. He left without looking back, not from pride, but from a superstition learned as a boy. Do not give the past your eyes when you are walking forward. In the hall, his steps sounded ordinary on the boards, the same worn path 100 men had taken when their names were erased in neat ink. The secretary, who had perfected the art of seeing everything and remembering nothing, glanced up only long enough to slide a small envelope across the table, pay to date, no more no less, then looked back at his pen as if it had asked him a question. In the yard, men kept moving, but their movement bent, almost imperceptibly, around him. A whisper is a kind of weather in such places. You feel it in the neck hair and the set of shoulders. Daniel nodded at Sullivan, who was waiting by the tool cage. I'm sorry to see it, Sullivan said without flourish. I know, Daniel answered, and I thank you. They stood a breath longer than a foreman's schedule allows. Then the morning took its next steps, and so did Daniel. He walked without plan, letting the city's long lines carry him where they wished. When a man leaves a place that has named his hours, the street can feel wider than it did the day before. He crossed into a seam of shops waking up, barrels rolled onto thresholds, chalkboards wiped and rewritten, a woman with a broom convincing yesterday out of her doorway. A cat with one ear made a brief claim to the sun as it seeped along a sill, then relinquished it with the magnanimity of saints and cats. At the river, the work on the bridge had already begun for the day. He found a spot where he could see the great stone towers rise, blocks squared and fitted until the whole insisted on its right to live above water. The cables swung their long arcs, and men, dots at that height, moved along them with the careful certainty of rope makers. He watched them and felt a clarity he could not have borrowed from any office air. Men build what is larger than themselves and then cross it. That was all he had done just now, in a smaller way. A boy sold apples from a crate whose boards could not decide whether to stick or splinter. Daniel bought one and bit into it with an appetite he had not earned this morning. The fruit was tart, honest in its own way. The boy counted coppers carefully, then, in that merchant's voice children wear for protection, said, "You look like you just left a place for good." "I did," Daniel said. "Good," the boy replied without looking up, already straightening his small domain. Some places deserve leaving. He turned up Orchard, the name not quite matching the street, and let the neighborhood reassemble itself around him. A tailor's door propped with a brick, a window with shells of spools, the wash line sagging like a thought that had worked all day and now needed to sit down. By the time he climbed the tenement stairs, the building had already learned of his leaving. News runs vertically in such places, upward on the strong backs of women with pails, downward in the quick feet of boys entrusted with messages that sound bigger than they can carry. Margaret met him at their door with the particular calm that comes to those who have decided to waste no energy on disguising outcomes. Her eyes went to his face, then to his hands, counting what was missing and finding, with relief, that it was only a wage slip this time. "Well?" she asked in the tone reserved for both celebrations and funerals. "It's done," he said. She opened the door wider, not because he needed the room, but because love feels larger when it makes a gesture. Inside felt warmer than the hall, the stove's small heat, and the residue of last night's courage making a climate of their own. Sarah looked up from her slate, then down again with exaggerated concentration, as if her looking too eagerly might break something important. Thomas set a book spine up and stood with a quickness he tried to hide by pretending he had only needed to stretch. Margaret poured tea. There is something ceremonial in the way a poor household pours its tea, thin, careful, making a small stream seem abundant by the reverence with which it is handled. She set Daniel's cup by the spot where his elbow always found the table's worn edge. He sat, folded the pay envelope, and slid it under the sugar bowl with the petition, the two papers resting together like different answers to the same question. "What now?" Thomas asked, not impatiently, but with the practical hunger of a boy who sees his place in a line of labor and wants to step to it. "Now," Daniel said, "we do what people do when a door closes. We check the windows. We walk around the building. We knock somewhere else." "I'll ask at the harbor," Thomas said quickly, as if the thought had been waiting on the step for permission to come in. The shipping office took on a boy last month to copy manifests. They might want another pair of eyes. Margaret's head turned sharply, hope and caution, two birds startled at once. "If it's honest and safe," she said, "we will let you try." "It is honest," Thomas replied, drawing himself a fraction taller. "Safe, well, safer than iron." He touched the bruise at his temple, faded now to a watercolor of yellow and green, and smiled in that way a young man does when he thinks his mother hasn't noticed, and of course she has. "Will not bind you to the forge," Daniel said. "A man should knead the bread his hands can bear." It was an odd way to say it, but the truth wore it well enough. The day, having been set in motion by a refusal, resumed its ordinary labors with a relief that always follows decision. Margaret turned to her sewing, the steady in and out like breathing for cloth. Sarah carried the bucket down for water and came back with a story in the shape of 2 sentences. Mrs. O'Brien's baby had cut a tooth, and the pump had coughed up a little rust at first, but then behaved like a Christian. Grandmother counted stitches in her rosary and in her lap, the 2 kinds of beads giving each other courage. Neighbors came by. They did not say, "We heard," because that is not how proud people keep one another. They said, "There is a man at the docks who knows of work, if you are willing to bend until your back remembers it can do more," and, "I have an extra loaf. No, don't argue. It's the heel, and my teeth aren't the men they were," and, "Do you still have that file? The one that fits the stubborn screws?" The window sticks. Each errand was a way of wrapping hands around a shoulder without making a show of it. By afternoon, the apartment had acquired that soft, industrious sound that meant bills would be met with stitches and small economies. Daniel took up a mending job, a chair that had been catching skirts and tempers, and set to it with a care that looked like love because it was. He had always known his hands could be useful away from the rollers. It's only that iron had been greedier about their time. Toward evening, Thomas came in with a brightness that did not apologize for itself. His hair had been combed with more conviction than usual, and he held a folded paper that had the stiff feel of a form. "The shipping office," he said, not drawing out the suspense because he was kind. "They will try me. 4 to midnight, to copy what comes in against what the manifests say should have. $3 the week to start." Margaret sat back, the way a person does when a small miracle has climbed in through the kitchen window and sits there, decent as you please, asking to be believed. Daniel felt something loosen behind his ribs, not relief exactly, but its older cousin, the knowledge that one thread has caught in the weave when another has snapped. "You will do it well," he said. "You have the patience for ink and the respect to count." "I can still sell mornings," Thomas added, suddenly, uncertain if he had asked too much of fortune at once. "And carry the water on off days." "We'll adjust," Margaret said, and the will was music. They ate together. Broth that had discovered a bone, bread that had been convinced to last, an apple cut into 8 pieces, as if it were entertaining company. No one called it a feast. No one had to. In the tenement, gratitude learned to wear its second-best coat and sit modestly. After supper, word arrived for Daniel, the way word arrives when communities share a pulse. A man from the bridge works knew of day labor, while a section of roadway was being tied in. It would be weather and rope burn, and the discipline to take orders shouted from a height. But it would be pay. Another neighbor mentioned a warehouse needing hands to stack and tally. Daniel listened and thanked, and did not promise what he could not keep. Pride used to bother him more than it did now. There is no shame in looking for your next foothold if you have stepped off the one that would have pressed your soul flat. Night came proper then, not the gray half-light of morning, but the kind that knows its name and does not apologize. Someone in the courtyard tried a fiddle that had lost one argument with humidity too many. The tune slid about until it found the path of least resistance and stayed there, sweet in its humility. Doors eased open to let the day out, then eased shut to let the night in. Daniel took the petition from beneath the sugar bowl at last. He unfolded it and read the plain clauses, the way a man reads a letter from an old friend. Hours named, pay made honest by regularity, guards and rails not as charity, but as the way good work respects itself. He did not sigh. He did not swear. He refolded it and tucked it into the dictionary Thomas had found in a box of discards. The book's spine cracked, but its words still working. It seemed right that the ask should live among definitions. "Do you regret it?" Margaret asked later, when the apartment had narrowed itself to the lamp's circle and the soft geography of sleeping children. He turned the question like a key in his palm. "Regret is a fine word for rich men with spare rooms inside. I have what comes from a plain refusal. Less money, more breathing. Ask me again when rent is due." She smiled, not because it was easy, but because humor, when it comes in hard seasons, is never wasted. "I will," she said, "and we will answer it together." They stood at the window a while, looking into the air shaft where a square of sky pretended to belong to them. A gust of city wind wandered past with news from a dozen kitchens and 1 or 2 dreams. Across the hall, the vigil for Mrs. Kowalski had become a quiet procession of women with folded cloth and men with hats in their hands. The tenement kept both sorrows and refusals the way a church keeps wax, lit, used up, and remembered by the stains. When at last the lamp was turned low, the room did that trick all good rooms do. It forgave the day and welcomed the next. Daniel lay down on the bed whose ropes he had tightened himself, listening to the building's breathing. Someone's laugh copied thinly from a joke told hours ago. Pipes thinking their metallic thoughts, a door testing its latch like an old soldier checking a scar. He slept, and if his sleep was not deep, it was at least honest. In grief and labor alike, no one carries alone. The tenement was a living body, and when sorrow pressed on one corner of it, the whole structure seemed to bend with the weight. The morning after Daniel's refusal, it was not his choice that filled the hallways first, but another truth, older and heavier. Death had come for Mrs. Kowalski. The black crepe hung across her door by dawn, a thin strip of cloth that somehow made the hallway quieter than any priest's bell. Margaret paused before it with Sarah at her side. The girl's eyes lingered on the dark ribbon, questions brimming, but Margaret only touched her shoulder and guided her on. "Later," she whispered. Some truths are best carried when hands are steadier. Inside their own apartment, Margaret prepared what she could. A small loaf sliced thinner than usual, a pot of tea, though there were only enough leaves to make the water pale brown. She laid them aside, not for her family, but for the visitors who would come to the widow's door. Death made hosts of everyone. Soon, the building began its choreography. Women appeared with folded cloths, aprons tied firm, their voices low but purposeful. One carried soap, another a clean sheet, another candles from the church. None asked what was needed. Each knew her part, as if the roles had been whispered down through generations of women in kitchens and courtyards across oceans. Margaret joined them, carrying the loaf, stepping into the dim apartment where the air held the sour, sweet heaviness of illness now stilled. Mr. Kowalski sat in the corner, his large hands resting uselessly on his knees, as if he had forgotten what they were made for. His eyes were red, but he did not cry now. Grief had already wrung him dry. Margaret touched his shoulder briefly, then moved to where Mrs. Abramowitz and another neighbor were washing the body. They worked with quiet dignity, each movement careful, almost reverent. Margaret joined without words, unfolding the clean sheet, smoothing it over the narrow bed. The room filled slowly with neighbors, women carrying broth that would cool untouched, men stepping in with lowered hats, children peeking from behind skirts, wide-eyed and hushed. Death was as familiar here as birth, woven into the rhythm of survival. Yet each loss felt singular. A voice whispered that she had once sung in the courtyard at Christmas. Another reminded that her strudel had comforted many. These small stories were as important as prayers, stitching the woman's life back together, even as her body lay still. Back in the Murphy apartment, Sarah busied herself with her grandmother. They boiled water, set out extra cups, and strung a line for coats. The girl asked questions in fragments. Will he be alone now? Who helps with the rent? And each answer was simple. We will. Grandmother's voice, cracked with age, carried certainty as strong as scripture. Thomas, returning from the shipping office with his first day's instructions still rattling in his head, stepped quietly into the scene. He set his payslip, barely earned, on the table and looked toward the Kowalski door. We should give something, he said. A little, even if it's not much. Margaret nodded. She did not tell him that his offer mattered more than its size. He was learning the first law of the tenement. Burden shared is burden made possible. Even Daniel, worn from his own loss that morning, took up a hammer to help move furniture in the Kowalski apartment. He said nothing of Harrison, nothing of the refusal, nothing of what it might cost tomorrow. Today, his strength belonged to another man's grief. He and two others shifted the heavy table against the wall to make room for chairs. They placed candles at the corners of the room, their flickering light pushing shadows gently back. By evening, the wake began. Neighbors arrived in steady trickles, their coats damp with mist from the street, their hands carrying what they could: loaves, jars of pickles, bottles half full of spirits, stories waiting to be told. They filled the room and the hallway beyond, voices weaving into a murmur that was neither loud nor silent, but something in between, the sound of grief made bearable by numbers. Margaret guided Sarah gently among the women, letting her daughter see but not be overwhelmed. "This is what we do," she explained softly. "When someone falls, we all bend to lift." Sarah looked up at her, eyes wide, and nodded as if marking a lesson she would carry for life. Mr. Kowalski sat at the center, shoulders bowed, his hand resting on the chair where his wife had last sat upright. People came to him one by one, not with long speeches, but with brief touches, murmured words, or simply presence. A hand on his shoulder, a nod, a coin slipped discreetly into his palm. Each gesture small, yet together they formed a net strong enough to catch him before grief dropped him into emptiness. Later, the priest arrived to offer prayers. His Latin words rolled over the crowd, few understanding every syllable, but all bowing heads in unison. The candles glowed brighter as night deepened, their flames mirrored in wet eyes, their smoke curling into the rafters like whispered promises. Back in the Murphy apartment, Sarah helped her grandmother prepare more tea. Thomas cut the bread thinner still, stretching it. Daniel returned late, shoulders heavy. But when he sat at the table, his first words were not of himself, but of the widow. "She will need rent come Monday. I'll speak with Sullivan about a collection." Margaret met his eyes across the table and saw in them not just the strain of his own decision, but the quiet resolve to carry more than his share. She smiled faintly, tired but grateful. "We'll manage," she said, the words carrying their familiar weight. Outside, the tenement breathed as one. Laughter, subdued but present, rose occasionally from the wake as a neighbor recalled a story too sweet not to share. Children fell asleep in laps, while parents whispered above them. Somewhere down the hall, a fiddle began a low tune, not for celebration, but for remembering. The burden was heavy, yes, but it was not solitary, and in that truth lay the seed of endurance. Thin lines of ink and braided rope hold more than they seem. Morning came with a harbor smell, tar and wet wood, a breath of salt pushed upriver by a tide that had its own calendar and kept to it. Thomas stood a little straighter than usual in the borrowed coat that fit well enough if he did not raise his arms too high. The shipping office door had a glass pane pleated by age, and his reflection in it looked like a boy rehearsing himself into a man. He smoothed his hair with the heel of his hand and stepped inside. The room ran on paper. Desks high enough to keep men standing, ledgers wide as small doors, ink bottles winking darkly, sand shakers for drying script, a clock whose hands kept their own counsel. Voices were low here, trained to respect columns. One man coughed like a punctuation mark and was answered, across the room, by another man's nod, a kind of grammar all their own. A clerk, with spectacles whose rims had pinched his nose into a permanent decision, looked up. "Name?" "Thomas Murphy, sir." For the afternoon shift, the clerk's eyes were quick and not unkind. He reached for a card already waiting under a paperweight shaped like a gull. "You'll be with Mr. Adler for your first week," he said. "Learn our hand, learn our habits, don't improve anything. It offends. The ghost of a smile, quickly dismissed, flickered in his voice. He pointed with the card. Second desk from the window. Mr. Adler was a small man with a careful mustache and hands that belonged to a watchmaker or a hymn writer. He extended one of those hands to Thomas, then turned it palm up to show the stain at the base of the thumb. Ink gets in, he said, and it doesn't ask permission. That's all right. There are worse things to carry on your skin. Thomas liked him immediately. He liked the way Mr. Adler explained the ledger not as a trap, but as a map. Columns are shores, he said. Numbers are boats. If you set them on the wrong line, they run aground. Our work is to keep them afloat. He tapped a line with a narrow ruler. You see here, case numbers, bill of lading, consignor, consignee, weight, fee. The story of every box is like a hymn with verses. We don't sing, we keep the tune. They began with small things. Mr. Adler showed him how to build a letter that would keep its dignity, even if the paper got damp. Make the spine of the B stout, he murmured, and the belly modest. He corrected Thomas's sevens, so they looked less like lazy fish. He placed a coin on the page, a penny thin as a prayer, and drew a circle around it. This large, he said. Hand moves smaller, eye grows larger. Through the window, the docks taught their own sermon. Men shouted in several languages and were understood anyway. Cranes ticked like patient metronomes. Planks complained as crates marched, two at a time, toward wagons with wheels that had seen more cities than some men had. Rope was everywhere, coiled like sleeping snakes, stretched like violin strings, frayed at the ends like men near evening. The water itself kept talking, against pilings, against hulls, against the mud that believed the river belonged to it. Listen, and you'll learn the tide table without reading it, Mr. Adler said, noticing the way Thomas's head tilted. All of it is a conversation. We write down the answers. By mid-afternoon, Thomas had copied his first full page, the figures steadier than his breath. Mr. Adler inspected it as a man might inspect a boot he will trust to winter. Good, he said. Not pretty? Better than pretty. Honest. He slid a second ledger forward. Now, we reconcile. What was promised against what has arrived? The harbor is an honest liar. It tells you everything, just not in order. We put it back. They matched numbers as the light moved in the window like a tide of its own. On the fourth line of the third page, Thomas found a gap. The manifest promised 6 crates of lamp chimneys. The tallyman had written 5. Could be a broken one, Mr. Adler said. Glass breaks when a man sighs too hard. Could be shorted. He did not make the word a threat, merely a weather report. Shall I check the wharf? Thomas asked. Go, Mr. Adler said. Ask for Rocco. He's the one who swears in Italian when a crate is thin on virtue. He smiled briefly. Tell him Adler sent you. He will pretend he doesn't know me. Then he will help. Thomas crossed the planked floor so it did not resent the weight of him, then the threshold, then the dock, whose boards suggested distance better than any country road. He found Rocco near a pile of straw that had given up its dream of being hay and resigned itself to wrapping fragile things. Rocco was thick through the chest, with a face the wind had sanded. Adler sent me, Thomas said, and then waited for the pretense. Rocco made it grand, throwing both hands to the sky. Adler, he cried, as if a saint had been invoked to scold him. You tell him I said the glass is a liar today. 6 on the paper, 5 on the ground, 1 in a ditch. He pointed with his chin toward the end of the wharf, where the planks crouched lower. It was already singing when it came off the wagon. You could hear it. Little bells saying, "Funeral, funeral." Thomas followed him to the edge and peered down. In the space between wharf and barge, something pale showed in the water like a fish turning. A crate had slipped, opened like a cracked egg, and the river was taking small bites of the straw. A half-dozen chimneys bobbed against a piling, their mouths briefly full of sky before they filled with the river and went under. "Can we—" Thomas began. Rocco was already moving, light-footed for a man his size. He knelt, snagged a length of rope, and made a loop with hands that had learned knots the way some men learn prayers. "Hold this," he commanded, and Thomas braced his feet and leaned back, making his own weight a tool. Rocco reached, the rope paid out, the loop slipped over a chimney's bundle, and found a purchase. They drew the glass up one by one, each cylinder surprised to be saved, until 4 lay bright as winter moonlight on the wharf. Rocco wiped the water on his trousers and spat into the river, a ritual for luck. 5 on the ground, 1 a fish, he said. "You tell Adler. Charge 5 and the river for the rest, and you tell him Rocco says he owes me a cigarette for every piece that did not drown." "I will," Thomas said, grinning despite the solemnity the room behind the window required. He wanted to say more. How he liked the dock's honest chaos. How the rope burned his palm in a way that made him feel useful. But there was a ledger waiting, and Mr. Adler had the kind of patience that expects you to keep up. Back inside, the rescued chimneys were written down with a note in the margin, small but firm. Mr. Adler nodded once, that being the entire ceremony. "Good," he said. "You see how a number is never just a number. It is a time, a tide, a rope, a man's quickness. We write 5, and it sounds simple. It is not. That is why the ink matters." As the office settled into its later light, Thomas learned another quiet lesson. On a back page, a place for remarks that would never be read by buyers, someone had written, "2 men short, 1 drowned, 1 gone home sick." No names, just a subtraction written as if it were cargo. It startled him more than if the words had been cruel. He traced the line with his eyes and said nothing. Mr. Adler's gaze followed his, then rested on him a moment. "We remember outside the book," he said gently. "Here, we do not make a show. We make an account. It is not enough, but it is something." Thomas nodded. He felt something shift in him, a slender promise set like a bookmark, that he would always try to keep the names, not just the numbers, even if he kept them in the quiet of his own head. While Thomas was learning the weight of ink, Daniel was learning the weight of rope. The recommendation from a neighbor had sent him to the bridge works, where the air smelled like ambition and wet stone. The foreman there, an O'Rourke with shoulders like quarried granite, and eyes given to appraising weather and men, looked Daniel up and down as if deciding whether to believe him. "Work's honest," O'Rourke said. "Pays on Friday unless the world ends on Thursday. You afraid of heights?" "I'm afraid of foolishness," Daniel said. "I can mind my feet." "Good answer," the foreman replied, not smiling exactly, but making an allowance. He pointed at a coil of cable strands that looked like a gray river sleeping. "We are laying roadway ties. You will tend, line, and mine the planks. Do not let a plank think for itself. Boards are like men. Give them too much, and they go where they shouldn't." The first hour's work was mostly learning the dialect. Men shouted, and the bridge answered. A derrick swung, and the sky made room. A whistle blew, and 4 tasks changed their coats at once. Daniel found he could feel the project under his boots, the slight give of plank, the song of cable, the stubbornness of bolts that had been asked to lie still and didn't care for it. There was, at one point, the kind of moment that lists itself quietly in a day and is forgotten by most, but not by the man whose hand met it. A plank slid where it should not have, catching wind like a mischievous sail. Daniel saw the angle go untrue and set his boot, caught the rope with a palm that would be raw by evening, and held until two others could put their weight with his. The plank settled like a dog told to lie down. No one clapped. O'Rourke glanced over, nodded once, and called, "Good." The word landed the way pay does, simple, sufficient. By noon, Daniel's arms had that tremble that means they have earned their keep. He ate bread and a slice of cheese with another laborer, a Chinese man who introduced himself as Chen, with a bow of the head and very little English to waste. They shared salt and silence, and the slight smile men give when a bit goes right and nobody lost anything important. Daniel pointed at the rising span and said, "Beautiful." Chen nodded as if beauty and bridge were words that did not require translation. Back in the tenement, Margaret presided over a different kind of construction. The women had decided, without saying it quite so neatly, to make a circle of coin for the widow's rent. A saucer lived on the table near the Kowalski door. Nobody was watched. Nobody was excused. A penny from a laundress, 2 from a baker's wife, a nickel from the tailor who had found a coin in the cuff of a jacket, and decided, just this once, that the city would not break if he gave it away. Even Mrs. Goldstein, the owner of the workshop who had made a reputation on sternness and late hours, came by and placed something on the saucer without removing her gloves. Her eyes were wet and cross at being wet. Margaret kept a small ledger, nothing grand, just a page torn from a school copybook, where she noted, in the privacy of her lap, what had come and what might go. She did not write names, only dates and sums, and a single phrase in the margin. For the day after sorrow, it felt right to give the future a place on the page. Sarah ran the quiet errands that are the bones of mercy. She carried soup here and a button there, and once, a thing that made her feel tall for an hour, a note in Margaret's hand to Father Donovan asking about a corner of the church fund that might shine some light into a dark room. The priest, who had learned his people by walking among them rather than merely visiting from a distance, wrote back that the light would come. In the late afternoon, with the wake yet to begin again, and the building in that drowsy hour between chores, Margaret set her needle aside and allowed herself to sit, properly sit, with her back finding the kindness in a chair, and her hands empty. She looked around their one room, not counting scarcity, but counting uses. The table that received decisions gently, the stove that had learned to make much of little, the sugar bowl that kept a petition like a relic, the dictionary on the shelf that made no fuss about sheltering more than words. She felt a small, fierce pride. The world could say what it wanted about tenements. She knew what was true inside this room. When Daniel came home, he smelled of rope and wind and honest fear earned and overcome. He washed at the basin, wincing when water found the red ladder the rope had drawn on his palm. "It pays Friday," he said, drying his hands with care. "I will find enough until then. The foreman is fair and loud in the right measure." Margaret smiled. "You like him." "I like that he calls a thing by its name and does not shout to hear himself." Thomas, arriving an hour later with ink on his thumb like a seal of office, stood near the door as if uncertain whether this room could hold so many firsts. "I kept 5 from being counted as 6, he said, and they all understood the size of that. He showed them the groove left by Rocco's rope. Daniel held his son's palm in his larger one and nodded, as if blessing a new kind of callus. Over supper, The four of them compared their ledgers: Margaret's saucer, Daniel's rope, Thomas's columns, Sarah's list of errands accomplished, and errant cats retrieved. The stories braided themselves without being asked. The room filled with that particular fullness poor households achieve when the day has paid them with more than coin. Usefulness, a held plank, a corrected figure, a widow not yet alone in the world. Night took the neighborhood gently again. The wake would light its candles soon. The bridge would cool its iron. The office would close its ledgers, as if putting to bed a child that dreamed in numbers. Daniel checked the window latch he had mended earlier, a small habit learned from years of making do, and listened to the building find its slow breath. Across the hall, someone tuned a fiddle string the way a woman tests the doneness of a loaf. Somewhere below, a couple argued, softly and made up even softer. The city, for all its noise, knew how to speak quietly when asked. Before the lamp was turned low, Margaret opened the copybook to the page where she kept the widow's ledger and added a note in the margin. Thomas to bring coin Friday. Daniel to ask O'Rourke about a day for heavy lifting. Sarah to sit with her Saturday afternoon. She left space for answers. She always did. Then she closed the book and looked at her family in the light's last, kind color. "We will mend this week as it frays," she said, almost to herself, "with thread and coin and the stubbornness to keep at it." "Stubbornness," Daniel said, testing the word as if it were a nail worth saving. "That we have." He reached for the dictionary and, without ceremony, slid a finger between its pages to make sure the petition still lay there, a folded truth sleeping in a book, waiting for its next line. Satisfied, he set it back. Words and work, rope and ink. Between them, a life could be held. Through long hours, silence holds more than words could bear. The wake for Mrs. Kowalski did not end when the candles guttered low, or when the priest's last prayer folded itself into the rafters. In a tenement, such vigils stretched through the night, carried by the endurance of women who knew that grief required witnesses, and by men whose silence could be a stronger prayer than any spoken. By the time the second evening settled, the apartment had grown into something larger than its walls. The chairs borrowed from neighbors, the coats hung in neat lines outside the door, the saucer of coins filling by quiet increments. All of it spoke of a community reshaping itself to carry a weight no single man could. Margaret entered with Sarah close by, each carrying a small offering, a loaf cut thin, a kerchief folded with care. The air was heavy with candle smoke and boiled cabbage, but also with that particular reverence born when ordinary space becomes sacred by use. Mrs. Abramowitz greeted them with a tired smile. Her eyes were red, yet her hands worked steadily as she poured tea for another mourner. Sarah lingered near the doorway, uncertain whether she belonged in such a room. Margaret placed a hand on her shoulder. "Stay," she whispered. "Watching is learning." The girl nodded, absorbing the lesson the way one absorbs heat from a stove, gradually until it lives in the skin. Inside, the vigil followed its own rhythm. A neighbor hummed a lullaby in Polish, the same tune Mrs. Kowalski had once sung to soothe a restless baby in the courtyard. The melody wavered, but did not falter. Another woman told a brief story about the deceased, how she had mended a coat for free, how she had once given away her last apple. Each tale was like a bead added to a rosary, small on its own, but powerful in sequence. Daniel arrived later, his shoulders still carrying the day's labor at the bridge works. His palms were raw, but he did not speak of them. He removed his cap, nodded to the widow, and stood by the doorway with other men. Their silence was a column holding the room upright, their presence a kind of scaffolding around the raw wound of loss. Thomas slipped in soon after, ink smudges faint on his cuffs. He carried himself differently now, not with the swagger of a newsboy, but with the restraint of one learning to belong among clerks. Yet here, among his neighbors, he was simply a boy again, offering to fetch water, to carry chairs, to do what needed doing. He saw the saucer of coins and placed his first wages upon it without hesitation. His gesture drew no applause, only nods, the quiet approval of people who understood the cost of each coin laid down. The hours unfolded slowly. At times, the room grew hushed, every eye fixed on the coffin draped in its white cloth. At other times, conversation stirred again, not to chase away sorrow, but to braid it into memory. A neighbor recalled how Mrs. Kowalski had sung at Christmas with a voice as clear as glass. Another spoke of the pierogi she made that reminded them of home. Laughter rose briefly, not disrespectful, but necessary, the body's way of making grief breathable. Margaret sat with Sarah near the wall, their hands folded, their eyes observing. She thought of Ireland, of wakes she had attended as a girl, and marveled at how the customs had bent, but not broken in this new land. Different prayers, different languages, yet the same truth. Death needed witnesses, and community made the unbearable possible. Around midnight, the candles were trimmed. Shadows gathered at the corners, while the flames leaned and recovered. Children dozed on laps, their breathing mingling with the murmur of adults. Outside the window, the city continued its own sleeplessness. Wagons on cobblestones, voices rising from taverns, the whistle of a train sliding into the distance. But inside the apartment, time slowed to the rhythm of vigil. Daniel found himself staring at the coffin longer than he meant to. He thought of Harrison's office, of his refusal, of the cost it would bring. Death sharpened the truth. Wages and positions mattered, but dignity was the currency one could not afford to lose. He pressed his lips together, silently promising that his family would endure whatever burdens lay ahead. At one point, Mrs. Abramowitz leaned against the wall, her face lined with exhaustion. Margaret quietly rose and took her place, pouring tea, handing out cups, smoothing a blanket across a sleeping child. No one remarked upon it. Such substitutions were expected. Each woman knew the vigil belonged to all, that strength must pass from one to another like a torch, lest it burn out too soon. Sarah, fighting sleep, leaned against her mother. "Why do they stay so long?" she whispered. Margaret kissed her hair. "Because sorrow is lighter when many hands hold it," she replied. The girl nodded, too tired for more questions, but Margaret knew the lesson had been planted. As dawn crept gray through the window, the vigil reached its quiet close. The priest returned, offering prayers that wrapped the night's labor into a final blessing. The neighbors began to rise, gathering coats, shaking hands, pressing shoulders. Some left coins discreetly on the table. Others promised to return with bread or help. Each departure was both an ending and a continuation, the sorrow carried back into their own rooms, yet still tethered by invisible threads. When Margaret and her family returned to their apartment, the air seemed fresher, though no window had been opened. They moved quietly, each sensing that ordinary words might disturb what the night had given them. Sarah fell asleep on her pallet almost immediately. Her face softened into peace. Thomas sat at the table, his expression solemn yet proud, as though he understood for the first time that adulthood was not merely work, but witness. Daniel washed his hands at the basin, the water running red from rope burn. Margaret took his palms gently, drying them, pressing her lips to the roughened skin. Neither spoke. They did not need to. The vigil had said everything. Grief, endurance, community, dignity. Between sorrow and work, they lay a quiet span. Morning arrived shyly, the way it does after a long night of watching. It slipped along the hallway plaster and laid a pale hand on each doorknob, as if asking permission to come in. In the Murphy room, the lamp burned low, a thin wick holding its place against day, while Margaret tied Sarah's ribbon with the careful fingers of a woman who has learned to make neatness feel like a blessing. Today was the funeral. A black crepe on a door had said so before the priest did, but ceremony matters. It teaches the heart where to put its feet. They dressed without chatter. Thomas brushed his sleeves until the cloth looked steadier than he felt. Grandmother sat, as dignified as a queen in an old chair, pinning a small sprig of green to Daniel's collar. No grand flourish, just a leaf to remind the stiff coat that it belonged to a living man. Daniel, quieter than most mornings, checked the window latch one last time, a habit that meant far more than it seemed. In places where little can be controlled, a latch that answers your hand is a mercy. The building emptied itself slowly onto the stair, families arranging themselves like notes in a hymn. The women with shawls tucked close, the men in dark coats made darker by use, children subdued by the tone of the grown-ups, and the hush of candle smell that had found its way even into the hallway. The procession formed in the courtyard where last week there had been music and a little dancing. Today, the same flagstones held different weight. Mr. Kowalski stood near the door, hat against his chest, a man remembering all at once the years he had expected to remember slowly. Father Donovan met them at the church with a voice softened by stone and echoes. The doors took them in, and the city, for a while, stood respectfully outside, wheels and wagers pausing at the threshold. Inside, the light through colored glass washed over faces and coats, turning even worn sleeves into something solemn. The priest spoke in the steady way of a man who has walked at the edge of many graves and learned to carry his balance. He did not promise what he could not guarantee. He offered instead the plain comforts faith keeps ready: rest after labor, peace after struggle, reunion imagined in a better room than this. Sarah watched the candles with the serious concentration children reserve for important flames. Margaret's hand lay on her knee, a quiet anchor. Thomas stood shoulder to shoulder with men he'd been a boy among only months ago and felt not taller, but steadier. Daniel's eyes rested on the coffin's white cloth and did not move even when the door creaked or a hymn book stumbled from a pew. Respect is a way of keeping company with the dead until they are safely entrusted where prayers say they are going. Afterward, they stepped back into daylight that seemed to understand and lowered itself a shade. The procession moved along the street, coats brushing, the sound of boots on stone like a low drum. Neighbors lifted their caps. A cart waited without impatience. Even a stray dog trotted a little to the side. At the corner, Thomas slipped forward and took the weight of a floral wreath from a boy whose arms had begun to shake. No speech, just hands learning where to be useful. There was a moment, brief, felt more than seen, when Mr. Kowalski's step altered, the way a man's does when memory approaches from an unexpected street. Daniel's palm found the widow's elbow and steadied it, as if reaching for a plank at the work. The gesture lasted only the distance of a breath, but in that breath, a weight shifted, and the day took notice. By midday, the formalities had given what they could. Grief, like labor, is measured in hours and hands, and the hands could not remain on the bier forever. The building received its people again. Doors opened, coats were hung, kettles set on, babies fed with a sigh that sounded like forgiveness. The saucer on the table outside the widow's door had filled the way roof gutters do, in a steady, honest rain. Small drops, no one remarkable, the sum of them sufficient. Margaret added the last coins from her pocket, made a note in her copybook, just a number and rent, and closed it with a fingertip as if sealing a letter she believed would be delivered. Daniel could not linger. The bridge kept its own schedule, and O'Rourke's voice lived inside it like a bell. He kissed Margaret's temple in that absent-minded way long-married men sometimes manage to make more tender than ceremony, nodded to grandmother, squeezed Thomas's shoulder, and left. He walked quickly, not in flight, but in answer, a man keeping an appointment with work the way some keep it with prayer. At the bridge, the air had the keen edge it wears near water when the wind is neither in a hurry nor inclined to be lazy. The towers rose with their usual patience, and the cables sang their thin iron song, plucked by weather and will. O'Rourke pointed with his whole chin, a foreman's instrument. "Tie there. Watch your left." Chen, with him, Chen inclined his head, a greeting and an agreement, and the two men set to. The task looked simple from the street. Planks laid down into a roadway, as if a giant had decided to stroll across the river and demanded a place to set his feet. Up here, each plank was a small argument that had to be won by attention and muscle in equal parts. Daniel had learned by now that boards listen to a firm hand better than to a hurried one. A gust came without introduction, as gusts tend to. One newly placed board complained and shifted, taking the notion to become a sail. Chen's hand shot out. Daniel's boot bit into the timber. Rope burned his palm in a line as sharp as writing. For a heartbeat, the world included only plank, rope, breath, and the long, cold possibility underneath. Then the rope held, and the plank thought better of its fancy, and the men let go in unison to measure the same inch of air without words. O'Rourke's shout came after, half rebuke, half praise, the way a father speaks when he loves a boy and hates to see the boy in danger. "Mind it," he called, which meant, "Good," again, carefully. On a short break, Daniel and Chen ate like men who understand the ceremony of very little. The bread folded over a slice of cheese, the apple shared without arithmetic, the water from a tin that had forgotten any other life. Daniel pointed with a glance, the safest way to point from such a height, at the distant skeleton of a new building's frame standing on the skyline. "More iron," he said, half wonder, half worry. Chen nodded, tracing a square in the air, and then a curve, bridge and building bound by the same geometry. They sat in companionable quiet, two men with different mother tongues speaking fluent usefulness. In the shipping office, the afternoon took on the color paper gives a room. A little gray, a little cream, softened by lamplight and the dust of past calculations. Mr. Adler had arranged 3 piles in front of Thomas. Notations to reconcile, weights to double-check, a list of consigners who favored their own arithmetic and would need patient correction. "Truth," Adler said, tapping the ledger, "is not offended by the eraser. Vanity is. We erase vanity often." Thomas found he liked the work in the way a man likes a well-made ladder, not because it is exciting to look at, but because it takes him where he needs to go. He learned to listen for the slight hitch in a tallyman's numbers that meant fatigue rather than fraud. He learned to leave a remark in the narrow margin without scolding, a kind of kindness that let a man save face and correct the work next time. He learned that sometimes a figure changed not because a crate had vanished, but because a storm up the coast had decided the schedule, and the harbor had bent to it like a tree. He wrote the numbers neatly, and under his breath, sometimes the names. Rocco, the rope-burned Italian. Miss Forbes, whose trunk had been misread by a man who mistook a 3 for an 8. Patel, who shipped spices that made the paper smell faintly like heat. Names kept the ledger from feeling lonely. Near 4, the senior clerk, Mr. Beecham, who pursed his mouth as if life were lemon pie taken without sugar, set a problem in front of Thomas with a small, crisp air that said, "Test," without admitting it. 2 columns disagreed by an amount too large to be accident and too small to be theft. Thomas slowed his breathing, the way he did before running in the alley as a boy, and rechecked each line aloud just under his breath. He found it at last, a figure copied twice where it should have walked only once. He corrected it, drew a faint line through the error with the restraint of a man apologizing for his own eraser, and initialed the margin. Mr. Beecham's mouth twitched toward neutral. "Acceptable," he said. Mr. Adler, behind his spectacles, permitted his eyebrows a small nod that felt warmer than applause. Margaret, meanwhile, took the bundle of finished pieces to Mrs. Goldstein's. The workshop's windows were propped with rulers, their glass set to catch a stingy breeze. 20 women bent to their tasks with that particular economy of motion that comes from long hours. No flutter, no waste. Rosa waved her into the current and slid a pile toward her. "Henderson's wants the cuffs stitched tighter. Ladies faint if the wind finds them," she said, half a joke, half a shrug at the world's priorities. Mrs. Goldstein herself looked thinner, but kind in a way she hid behind briskness. She called Margaret to the small desk made from a door set on crates and opened a metal box. "For you," she said, handing over a key no bigger than a child's tooth. "A locker at the back, shared but lockable. Your needle and scissors? Keep them there." A woman sews better when she is not counting suspicious eyes. Margaret held the key as if it might break from being believed in too quickly. "Thank you," she said simply. "I will keep it careful." On her way back to her table, she passed Esther, the cousin new from Poland, threading her needle with the nervous bravery of the recently arrived. Margaret paused, took the thread, licked it lightly, flattened it against her thumb, and guided it home. "Eye of the needle likes a quiet approach," she said, and Esther smiled with her whole face, a young moonlit learning the tide. By late afternoon, the saucer outside the widow's door was full enough to act as small ballast against a week's worry. Margaret did not announce it. She wrapped the coins in a dish towel and knocked gently. When Mr. Kowalski opened, she placed it into his hands without ceremony. "For now," she said. He shook his head stubbornly, the refusal a reflex born of pride. She kept the bundle lightly against his palm until his fingers closed. "For now," she repeated, and then left him to his privacy, which in such buildings is thinner than the desire for it, but still honored. Evening came in slowly, first at the window, then along the floorboards, then in the sound of doors, then, last, in the faces. Thomas arrived with a pocket that felt heavier than it had ever honestly felt. He laid his first $2 on the table, one for the house, one for the saucer's next turn, and kept a few coins for car fare if rain came hard. Daniel returned with hands that looked like mapwork, ropes, red lines, a bruise at the thumb joint, a nick he had washed and forgotten twice already. He sat and let Margaret bandage him with the authority of a woman whose court is the kitchen and whose judgments are merciful and binding. They ate together the way people do when food is both sustenance and story. Soup that remembered a bone, bread that had been asked to make itself last and agreed without fuss, a fried onion that made the whole room smell like a holiday. Grandmother told a proverb under her breath, "A long rope has an end, a long road has a turning," and looked pointedly at Daniel as if to say that refusals, too, lead somewhere worth going. He smiled and bowed his head to the old wisdom. After dishes, cleaned not for shine but for readiness, their small evening tasks began. Thomas practiced his hand on a scrap sheet, the loops and stems becoming more dependable citizens of the page. Sarah brought out paper and scissors saved from a discarded parcel and began cutting out a simple flower. On each petal she wrote, in her careful, childish letters, a word she associated with the woman across the hall: song, sugar, story, soup. On the center circle, she wrote the name the priest had spoken 3 times that morning: Hannah. She glued the parts together with a paste of flour and water that had strength beyond its recipe and set it on the shelf as if adding something living to the room. Margaret watched, and in her smile there was something of the warmth a lamp gives when a room has earned it. There was a knock as soft as a thought at the door. Daniel opened it to find Mr. Kowalski standing with his hat in both hands, a parcel wrapped in tissue that had seen better days. He held it toward Margaret with grave ceremony. Hannah, she tell me once, he said slowly, summoning English into order. If ever, give this to the woman who helped most. I don't know which one is most, but today you are here. His voice wobbled and corrected itself. Please. Margaret unwrapped it carefully. Inside lay a thimble, small and bright, the silver worn smooth where a lifetime of needles had pushed it. Around its rim ran, almost invisible, a line of engraved leaves. No luxury, but an attempt at grace by some artisan who had understood that women deserve beauty even when their work is invisible. The thimble seemed to carry a memory of warmth, as if it had been kept in a palm through long winters and hard nights. It's too much, Margaret whispered, because you must say that before you can say yes. It will be used, she added softly, and that was the acceptance. Sarah leaned in, eyes wide. Grandmother nodded once, the formal approval of a council whose meetings take place at kitchen tables the world over. Mr. Kowalski stood a breath longer, as if there might be more he could give, and finding nothing else, bowed his head. On his way out, he paused at the shelf, where Sarah's paper flower had been set among the few possessions the family raised to the dignity of display. He reached out and touched the circle with one finger, then lifted his hand to his lips in a gesture that came from far away and fit perfectly here. The door closed softly behind him. Later, as the building settled into the low hum it keeps when the day has been difficult, but decently done, Daniel took the dictionary from the shelf. He checked, as he sometimes did, that the folded petition still slept between its pages. He did not open it, only confirmed its weight and made sure the book's spine did not forget the secret it had been entrusted to hold. Thomas, noticing, did not ask. Some papers are kept safe by not being discussed except when needed. Margaret placed the thimble in the small teacup where she kept her best needle and a curl of blue thread too fine for every day. She set the cup back in its spot beneath the window, and for a long moment simply looked at it. Objects in poor houses acquire meanings wealth rarely asks of its things. A bowl is not just a bowl. It is all the soups that have introduced themselves politely into it, and all the winters they negotiated. A thimble is not only protection for a finger, it is the promise that work will continue, and that the line of women who defended their hands with such small silver helmets has not been broken. When the lamp's flame was turned down to the color of a promise kept, Daniel spoke the day's only sentiment. "Between the church and the bridge," he said quietly, "it felt like walking on two roads to the same place." Margaret understood. Sorrow and work, grief and making. The span between them was a bridge laid down one plank at a time by hands that had learned not to tremble even when they wished to. She reached for his rope-burned palm and placed it on the table beside Sarah's flower, Mr. Kowalski's thimble, Thomas's neat figures, and her own copybook. The four corners of their lives touching made a square the room could rest on. Outside, the harbor called once, a low bell. Far off, a horse snorted and stamped as if remembering a field. In the air shaft, a slip of night breeze found its way down and tasted the room as if to see whether it might stay a little. The tenement exhaled as one. Work would come early. Bills would ask afterward. Sorrow would keep a corner. Hope would not argue. And the bridge, both the real one and the ordinary kind they were building here without brass or stone, would be a little farther along by morning. At times, survival and principle meet on the same narrow street. The days after Mrs. Kowalski's burial blurred into one another, as days often do when grief has settled, but life refuses to pause. The tenement exhaled its sorrow with the slow rhythm of a great beast returning to ordinary labor. Laundry once more hung across courtyards. Children resumed their games in stairwells. The widow's door remained marked, but the saucer of coins now sat empty, its purpose fulfilled, at least for now. In the Murphy household, routine reasserted itself with the stubbornness of habit. Margaret's piecework returned to its quiet pile on the table. Sarah bent over her slate, shaping letters that might, in some kinder future, become a doorway to choices her mother had never known. Grandmother prayed softly, her fingers moving over beads as naturally as if they were part of her hand. Yet beneath this ordinary flow, questions pressed. What would Daniel do now that the ironworks were behind him? Could Thomas's shipping office wages stretch far enough, steady enough, to keep the family afloat? Each day carried these questions like stones in a pocket, always there, always heavy, yet rarely spoken aloud. Daniel rose early still, his body accustomed to factory hours. At first he went to the bridge works when they had need of an extra hand. The rope burns healed, but new ones came. On other days, he tried the docks, where hiring men shouted opportunities as if they were hawking fruit. Some were honest, others less so. He came home some evenings with a few coins and a bruise from hauling crates. Other nights he came home empty-handed, his silence longer than usual. One evening, as Margaret set bread on the table, Daniel laid a folded slip of paper beside it. "Warehouse work," he said. "Not steady, but long shifts. Pay by the load. They want men who don't ask questions." Margaret looked at him carefully. The phrase, "don't ask questions," carried the weight of warning. She did not press, only nodded. "We'll eat first," she said softly, "and talk after." The children understood enough to keep silent. Thomas broke the bread. Sarah poured the tea. The table held them together the way a dock holds ships in storm. Later, when the children were settled, Daniel explained. The warehouse job was tied to shipments whose owners preferred fewer eyes. No lawless business exactly, but gray enough to trouble him. "It pays well," he admitted. "Too well for lifting crates. And a man who asks too much may find himself not needed the next day." Margaret listened, her hands folded in her lap. She had learned long ago that her strength lay not in dramatic counsel, but in steady clarity. "And your conscience?" She asked. Daniel sighed. My conscience doesn't like it, but my pocket doesn't mind. A week's wages in a day if I take it. For a long moment they sat with the silence of choice. Then Margaret spoke. We'll manage with less coin if it means no shame. Better bread thinned than names blackened. She touched the thimble gifted by Mrs. Kowalski's husband, resting now in its teacup shrine. Our neighbors need to trust us. That's worth more than money. Daniel nodded slowly, as though he had been waiting for her to speak the truth his heart already knew. I thought the same, he said, but I needed to hear it out loud. The next day, he went instead to the bridge again, where O'Rourke greeted him with a grunt that might have been welcome. The work was dangerous, the pay less than he had hoped, but each coin earned felt clean. That mattered. Meanwhile, Thomas faced a crossroads of his own. At the shipping office, he had begun to attract notice. His careful numbers, his willingness to reconcile disputes without quarrel, had earned the attention of Mr. Beecham, the senior clerk, whose standards were as precise as his spectacles. One afternoon, Beecham pulled Thomas aside. There's room for advancement, he said, adjusting his cuffs as though the words themselves needed straightening. But advancement requires loyalty. Sometimes cargo arrives, let us say, underdescribed. We sign the ledger as presented. The fewer questions asked, the more smoothly business proceeds. Do you understand? Thomas understood well enough. It was the same temptation his father had faced at the warehouse. More pay, less conscience. He thought of Margaret's words the night before, of the quiet pride with which his mother had folded her copybook closed after rejecting dishonest coin. He thought, too, of his father's raw hands on rope that could have been avoided with easier work. Sir, Thomas said carefully, I'll write what is true. If there are fewer crates, I'll count fewer. If there are more, I'll count more. My hand will stay honest. Beecham's mouth pursed, but Mr. Adler, listening from his desk, allowed the faintest smile. So it will, Adler said, his tone gentle but firm. Truth may be inconvenient, but it is durable. And durable things last. That night, Thomas told his family what had happened. Daniel's eyes shone with pride, though he said only, Good. Margaret smiled and pressed a hand to her son's shoulder. Honesty, she murmured, is what keeps the roof from leaking when storms come. The crossroads had been met by both father and son in the same week. Each had chosen the harder path. Their pockets would be lighter, but their hearts heavier with dignity. And in the tenement, where everyone knew everyone's business, such choices mattered more than gold. The neighbors noticed. Mrs. Abramowitz offered an extra loaf without comment. Rocco at the docks tipped his hat more, respectfully. Even Mrs. Goldstein, stern as iron, allowed Margaret to keep her locker key with no further conditions. Word spread quietly. The Murphys were steady people, trustworthy, the kind one turned to when the world tilted. As Margaret laid out her piecework that evening, the thimble caught the lamplight. Sarah traced the engraved leaves with a fingertip, whispering the name Hannah as if it were a prayer. Daniel leaned back in his chair. Thomas bent again to his practice ledger, and for a moment, the room felt less like a tenement and more like a bridge itself, a span between hardship and hope, built one honest choice at a time. In the hush between shifts, tomorrow waits without hurry. Toward the end of summer, the air learned a different trick. It cooled the edges of the day and left the middle warm, as if practicing for autumn without admitting it. On such an evening, Margaret folded the last of the day's shirts and stood a moment at the window. The alley below was working out the final business of daylight. children bargaining over marbles with the diplomacy of kings, a cat deciding which doorstep now belonged to it, a delivery boy whistling a tune that started in Ireland and ended, somewhat surprised, on Orchard Street. "Put on your good sweater," she said over her shoulder. "Not the Sunday one. The other good one." "Out?" Sarah asked, eyes already bright with the prospect. Out meant air, and air meant room to stretch the day a little longer before sleep folded it up. "Only to the river," Margaret said. "We'll not be late." "Your father can meet us there when the whistle lets him go." They gathered lightly, no baskets, no blankets, only sweaters and the kind of patience city families cultivate the way gardeners tend herbs on windowsills. Thomas joined them at the stairhead, closing the door carefully so the latch caught its favorite place. He had ink on his thumb again, the badge that made him smile without meaning to. Margaret wiped it with a corner of her apron and left a clean, pale crescent, as if moonlight had rested on him for a second. The street was gentle with evening. Lamps woke one by one like polite guests waiting their turn. A pushcart man sang about peaches with the dignity of a cathedral cantor, and a seamstress at her window bent her head to a last seam, the needle flashing as if it had borrowed a bit of sunset. They walked without hurry, stepping around a chalk-drawn square where hopscotch numbers had begun to blur into clouds. At the corner, the newsstand displayed headlines in thick type that looked braver than the men who said it. Strikes talked, prices argued. A politician promised to unspoil the spoiled. Thomas glanced, took it all in, and did not stop. This evening did not require the world's noise. It asked instead for water and a skyline still deciding which shapes belonged to it. Down by the river, the wind had already found its night voice. It spoke in the ropes and the rigging, in the narrow mouths of bottles someone had left under a pier, in the untranslatable language of tide against pilings. The bridge was there, of course, practicing its length across the darkening light, a handwriting lesson in stone and cable. Work still clattered at the far end. A derrick swung its slow punctuation mark. From where they stood, you could believe the whole enterprise had been drawn by a child who loved straight lines and patient curves and gave both to the sky. "Where is he?" Sarah asked, though she knew her father's steps, the way sailors know particular waves. "Nearly," Margaret murmured, and she was right. Daniel came down the embankment in the walk of a man whose boots were tired, but whose shoulders had not learned to droop. He had a biscuit in his pocket, from a crewman who believed in insurance against late suppers, and the kind of look a husband gives his family when the day has not been unkind and he means to say so without making a speech. They stood together in the mild wind, 4 figures and a skyline. No grand words, just the sort of talk that keeps a room steady even when you are outdoors. Thomas told of a consignment of tea that smelled like rain traveling, of a figure that refused to reconcile until he found a smeared 7 masquerading as a 1. Mr. Adler had called the correction sober, which from him was nearly a kiss. Sarah recited the first stanza of a poem she had found in a borrowed reader, halting once to ask how to shape a missing word. Grandmother was not with them. Stairs and nighttime wind now colluded against her, but Sarah felt she had to speak the lines aloud because words kept inside fade like chalk. The river kept time for her. The bridge supplied a pause when she needed it, and when she finished, Daniel said, "Good," as if he were measuring a plank and finding it true. Margaret spoke last, because that is the way of women who organize the day and then forgive it for what it forgot. "Mrs. Goldstein has the new order," she said. "Children's penny aprons, bright binding. Esther's hand steadies if you guide it with your own." Rosa says we may petition for better lamplight in the workshop. I told her I have a petition for the priest as well, about a shelf of books for a lending evening. He says we may try. She kept her face calm, though the idea pleased her the way good weather pleases a field. They watched a tug push its barge upriver, quarrelsome and devoted. A man on the barge waved with his whole arm. Sarah waved back with two. For a moment, the city felt like the village it had once been, a cluster of hands recognizing one another in the good, dim hour. "Tell me," Daniel said quietly to Thomas, pretending to inspect the tow line, "about the other matter." Thomas understood. Mr. Beecham had not made trouble since the day of truth spoken modestly. In fact, he had surprised Thomas by setting a small, locked drawer on his desk after lunch. "For ledgers," he'd said, which meant for responsibility. "Your key," he added, and the words glinted. Thomas had brought the key home in the pocket where his first wage once rode, and he touched it now the way a singer touches his throat before a note. "He trusts your hand," Daniel said. "He trusts the column," Thomas replied, which was the same thing said sideways. "But Mr. Adler trusts my hand." He paused, then added, "And he asked whether I might like to learn figures beyond cargo, night classes at the Mechanics Institute. 2 evenings a week if I can keep my hours honest." Margaret felt her breath catch and then settle, like a curtain that has found its window. "We'll make the hours," she said. "The house can spare the time." The idea of Thomas at a desk that was not merely for counting other people's goods, but for building a longer road inside his own head. It warmed her in places the wind could not reach. The bridge lights, newly strung along a section for a test, blinked to life in a shy row. Not many, not bright, but enough to scrape a little shine along the water. Chen, who had spotted Daniel from a higher run, raised his cap, and though the distance made words pointless, the gesture carried. Across the river, church bells made a small agreement with the hour. "Shall we walk the long way home?" Margaret asked, and they did, because sometimes the shortest distance is a kind of rudeness to a good evening. They passed a photographer's window where sunlit faces waited under glass. There, unexpected as a coat on a wrong peg, a familiar scene stared back. The courtyard, a wash line, 2 women laughing in the heat with clothespins in their mouths like odd flowers. In the background, a child with a slate, Sarah, hair wild as a broom in a gale. Jacob Reese, or one of his fellows, had been quicker than anyone noticed and had stolen the moment without malice. "No names," Margaret murmured, half relieved, half sorry. She touched the glass with 2 fingers, as if blessing the strangers who wore her faces. "Remember to remember," she said, and moved on. At the tenement door, the stair greeted them with its old orchestra, the board that sang low C at the second flight, the baluster that shook its head in sympathy, the neighbor's radio, no, not yet, not in this decade, someone's fiddle, its higher string tuned to an argument and then eased into reason. The widow's door stood ajar, lamplight making a small square on the hall. Mr. Kowalski sat just inside with a cup he held and did not drink, looking not sad exactly, but shelved. He raised the cup when they passed. Margaret raised her hand in answer, and Sarah, thinking of proper gestures, curtsied because that was the fanciest politeness she knew. He laughed, which was the right thing at the right time. In their own room, they found grandmother with her shawl like a verdict no one could overturn. "A letter," she said, and offered it to Daniel, with a thumb pressed into the paper, so the envelope carried a dent like a seal. County Cork ink, old as last week, and smelling faintly of turf smoke as if miles could be crushed between pages, the way herbs flavor oil. Daniel opened it carefully, making a proper ceremony for the news that had crossed an ocean with patience. His sister's hand spoke, tidings bent around weather, a good calving, a roof mended, a neighbor's lad off to Liverpool, and then, if the miracle held, to America. A funeral for a woman who used to sell eggs door to door and knew everybody's middle names. At the page's bottom, a quiet line. We sold the lower field. The field where Daniel's father had taught him to cut hay toward the wind so it would forgive the scythe. A small grief moved through him, not sharp, not noisy, a spoon tapping a teacup once. He folded the letter and laid it on the dictionary as if past and petition were kin and should sit together a while. They ate simply. The onion sang for them again, the soup remembered its better afternoons, and a heel of bread proved it could finish a meal without complaining. After dishes, Sarah worked at a reading passage while Thomas, practicing his script for the night class application, wrote the sentence, "Mr. Adler loved." Figures must be sound because lives lean on them. He copied it 3 times until each word landed as softly as a cat on a warm step. Margaret set her thimble and needle to one last seam for the day. The thimble's little engraved leaves had caught a smear of blue thread and kept it, a trophy or a keepsake, she couldn't tell which. She remembered Hannah's laugh, the one that had filled the stairwell like good baking, and she worked the stitch smaller as if carefulness were a kind of prayer. The tenement made ready for night. Doors finished their business. Spoons nested. Arguments folded themselves and promised to be reasonable in the morning. Somewhere a baby coughed and then did not, soothed by a palm that had learned 100 ways to ask the night for mercy. There were small knocks. Community in its evening dress. Rosa brought a plate wrapped in a towel, all warmth and instruction. "For your grandmother," she said. "Soft food for hard bones." Rocco from the docks left 2 oranges stolen only from fate and paid for by some odd coin in his pocket. "It fell off a ship," he said in a voice that asked not to be corrected, and Thomas did not oblige. Father Donovan, making his rounds like a moon with a hat, slid a pamphlet under the door about classes for girls at the parish school, evening hour, letters and sums, a promise written on cheap paper and made finer by intention. Sarah looked at it as if it were a ticket, which indeed it hoped to be. Later, when quiet had reached the corners and shaken hands with Shadow, Daniel took the petition from the dictionary and unfolded it on the table. He smoothed its creases with a gentle thumb, as you would lay a child's hair flat for sleep. "Tomorrow," he said, not to anyone in particular. "I'll carry this to the parish hall. Signatures hold in daylight better than in talk." "What is it?" Sarah asked, allowed this once to be awake past sense. "Lamps for the workshop," Margaret said softly, "and a shelf of books that lends itself." She did not explain the other line, the small request to the city about a pump that did not turn grudges into water. Some petitions grow stronger if they are allowed to be private prayers a little longer. Will they say yes? "They will say something," Daniel answered. "And if it is no today, it teaches yes how to find the door tomorrow." Sarah considered this as children do, testing it against her small store of proofs. Then she nodded, the way a very young person sometimes agrees to the weather. She yawned, and the room, in sympathy, felt sleep slip into its sleeves. They made ready. The beds found their shapes. Pallets invited sturdier dreams. Margaret blew the lamp down to its last small vow. The window took a breath of outside and passed it on. Thomas tucked his key the new one, into a tin where a button and a marble kept it company like old friends making room for a newcomer. He looked at his hand, at the ink that never quite washed away, and felt grateful for stains that proved usefulness. Daniel lay a moment with his eyes open, listening for the city to settle into the note it always found when it remembered it was a harbor, that long, forgiving hum. He thought of the lower field sold to a neighbor who would cut it toward the wind the right way, of the bridge cable singing under his boot, of Chen's unassuming nod, of O'Rourke's mind it, equal parts blessing and drill. He thought, too, of Harrison's office and the path he had not taken, and found in the dark no regret, only a sort of clean emptiness that honest refusals leave behind. "Are you awake?" Margaret whispered. "I am," he said. "We will have enough." "We will." The words were not a plan exactly, more a lantern lifted on a narrow path. It did not illuminate the end of the road, only the next careful steps, which is all most lanterns can do and all most families require on nights like this. Outside, the river turned in its sleep and faced the other bank. The bridge, unfinished and already a promise kept, rested its length on air and mathematics. In a week, perhaps, they would allow workers' families to walk a section of it at dusk, so the rumor ran. If that proved true, Margaret would tie Sarah's ribbon tighter, and Thomas would count the bolts like blessings, and Daniel would put his palm flat to a board and feel the hum that says, "A job means to hold." In the room, the paper flower with Hannah on its center did not wilt. Paper is stubborn that way. The thimble held a circle of lamplight like a tiny well. The dictionary under the petition raised one corner of the page as if to breathe. Grandmother's prayer finished its loop and settled like a shawl. And you could look at this small family in this small room and see, in the outline the lamplight left on their faces, the lines of a larger map, the kind that shows bridges not yet drawn, and schools not yet opened, and laws not yet written, and evenings where a mother reminds a daughter to read the title and the signature before anything else, because names matter, and they always will. Someone coughed gently in the air shaft. A horse pawed once and then, finding straw, reconsidered. A bell far out on the water tried the hour, found it agreeable, and told it to anyone listening. Tomorrow would ask again. There would be bills and boards and ledgers, and a drawer with a lock and a key that fit. There would be a pump that groaned, and a priest who promised to scold it into better manners. There would be a girl at a new night class shaping an S that looked like a river. A boy learning a column that would not topple even when stormed. A woman petitioning for light. A man adding his name to the bottom, as if signing, finally, the contract he had always kept with himself. The city would change in the way cities do, slowly and suddenly, with cables and with kindness, with laws and with loaves on saucers outside doors that needed them. And somewhere, years from now, someone would cross the bridge without thinking of how it had come to be, and that too would be a kind of mercy. And somewhere else, someone would open a ledger that smelled faintly of spice and sea, and think that honest numbers, like honest names, are a kind of prayer, quiet, exact, and answered more often than we know. For now, the Murphys slept, 4 breaths making a soft chord under the city's larger note. The window, cracked for air, admitted a sliver of night so small it fit inside a thimble. The sliver did not mind. It had come to keep watch. If you were standing in the hall and listening with kindness, you would hear only this: the stitched-together piece of a room that had worked hard to earn it, the small creak a chair makes when it relaxes, the low murmur of a river practicing tomorrow. You would smile, because the sound is ordinary and therefore holy, and you would walk away softly as one leaves a chapel. What was once hardship now rests as memory, softened by time. There is a gentle pleasure, dear listener, in sitting back after a long story and letting the pieces drift where they will, like autumn leaves carried by a stream. We have walked with the Murphy family through the crowded rooms and narrow streets of their 19th century world. We have heard the rattle of factory looms, the scrape of rope against palms, the hiss of soup simmering on a small stove. And now, as we lean closer to the end, it is worth pausing to remember how different our world is today, and how close it remains, in spirit, to theirs. In the 1880s, a tenement meant narrow stairwells and rooms that had to be bent into usefulness. Light came from candles or oil lamps, and the air was often heavy with smoke. To fetch water was to carry it, bucket by bucket, up worn steps. Today, you might twist a faucet and hear the rush of clean water without a thought. Electricity runs quietly through wires hidden in our walls, turning a switch into daylight, making a heater hum, or a fan stir the air with the ease of a sigh. Yet it is worth remembering that every comfort we take for granted was once an invention, once the dream of men and women who stitched, hammered, and endured. Consider, too, the work. Daniel risked his body on planks and cables, iron dust and sudden wind. Thomas bent his head over figures in ledgers, his thumb forever smudged with ink. Margaret pricked her fingers against thread, her thimble a soldier's helmet for battles fought against endless seams. In those days, the body bore the burden of survival. Work was measured in calluses, in hours that bent the back, in coins earned one shift at a time. Today, many of us sit at desks softened by cushions, our tools a keyboard or a screen. Machines lift for us, engines drive us, medicine protects us, and yet, behind all the progress, there remains the same simple bargain: labor for sustenance, effort for dignity. The tenement itself, how crowded, how unyielding, was at once a cage and a community. A dozen families might share one hallway, their sorrows and joys stitched together by thin walls. If a child cried, the whole building knew. If death came, every hand carried the grief. Privacy was scarce, but belonging was abundant. Today, in our modern apartments with their thick doors and separate kitchens, we sometimes lose that enforced intimacy. We may have quiet, but often we lack the shared rhythm that once made neighbors more like kin. It is a curious trade, comfort purchased at the cost of closeness. Think, too, of the way information traveled. News came by a boy calling headlines at a corner, the print still wet on his bundle of papers. A rumor could stir a whole street before the truth caught up. Now, a glowing screen in the palm of your hand can tell you the news of the world before the echo of a train whistle has faded. We are flooded with knowledge, yet perhaps we do not always sit with it as carefully as the Murphys did, gathered around a table, discussing one headline, one strike, one story, until it sank into their understanding. Health, too, has shifted. Consumption, that slow thief that carried Mrs. Kowalski away, was once as common as coughs, and there was little to stop it. Neighbors gathered, not doctors. Prayers were the strongest medicine most families could afford. Today, we have antibiotics, vaccines, hospitals with electric lights and gentle machines that listen to the heart. The idea that a cough could empty a household now feels almost unthinkable. And yet, in remembering the fragility of life then, we come to treasure the protections of now. Even the smallest details show the passage of time, Where Sarah cut flowers from scrap paper, a child today might press a button and see colors bloom on a tablet screen. Where Daniel's petition was folded carefully into a dictionary, waiting for signatures, our causes now travel with a click, gathering thousands of names in minutes. Where Margaret hoped for better lamps at the workshop, we now carry light in our pockets, small devices brighter than any kerosene flame. Progress has given us tools that might have seemed miraculous to them. And yet, here is the quiet truth. The needs remain the same. We still long for safety, for dignity in our work, for justice in how we are treated, for kindness in our neighborhoods. We still tell stories of hardship and hope, not because we wish to dwell on suffering, but because the telling reminds us we are part of a long line of endurance. So when we compare their yesterday with our today, we do not gloat at the comforts we have gained. Instead, we bow a little to those who walked before, who carried buckets and balanced planks and stitched seams late into the night. Without their labor, without their choices, our world would not stand as it does. As you sit in your own room, perhaps the soft hum of a refrigerator nearby, or the glow of a gentle lamp at your shoulder, take a slow breath. Feel how much separates you from those narrow stairwells of 1882. And yet, in that same breath, feel how close you remain to Margaret's quiet persistence, to Daniel's honest refusal, to Thomas's careful numbers, to Sarah's hopeful flower. They are in you still. The world has moved on, yet the echoes remain. Think, dear listener, of how many lanterns have been lit since the Murphys bent over their sewing, their ledgers, their ropes at the bridge. The 19th century, crowded with steam and smoke, has given way to an age of glass towers, humming wires, and satellites circling far above the very streets where Margaret once carried a basket of piecework. If she could step into our present, how her eyes would widen at the sight of a kitchen lit with a soft glow that comes from no flame at all, at the turn of a handle that fills a sink with hot water as easily as drawing a curtain. For her, laundry meant tubs in a courtyard, wrists rubbed raw against washboards, the air damp with the smell of lye. Today, a quiet machine hums, unseen, spinning and rinsing while you sit with a book. What once consumed hours of labor is now the background noise of comfort. Daniel, too, would be astonished. The ironworks that chewed through his hands have given way to industries no longer measured in sparks and smoke. A man might earn his bread by guiding a machine with a fingertip, by tending lines of code instead of molten metal. Bridges still rise, yes, but they are lifted by cranes that obey joysticks, not by men clinging to ropes above the river. And yet, though the tools have changed, the dignity of work remains the same. To build, to contribute, to bring wages home, to stand upright in the face of hardship. That thread has not frayed. Thomas's ledgers would seem quaint beside our computers, our tablets, our networks that tally ships and cargo with precision no pen could hope to match. What once took an evening of careful checking can be done now in seconds. But there is something in his careful loops of ink, in the pride he took in balancing a column, that reminds us, truth in numbers is not a matter of speed. It is a matter of honesty. Technology can multiply figures, but only character makes them trustworthy. And Sarah, sweet Sarah with her paper flowers and halting poems, what would she think of children today? Their books glowing with light, their teachers reaching across distance through invisible lines of connection. Education is no longer the luxury it was for her. Classrooms spread across nations, and knowledge waits at the touch of a button. She might smile, shyly, to know that the hope she carried in her slate has blossomed for countless others. Yet she would also remind us that curiosity needs tending, just as carefully now as then. A machine may present 1,000 facts, but only a heart that longs to learn can turn them into wisdom. There is health, too, to remember. How easily we forget that consumption once stalked every stairwell, that a cough might be a sentence. For Mrs. Kowalski, there was no remedy beyond prayers and neighbors' hands. Today, doctors stand ready with medicines that chase infection away before it can root deeply. We sleep under blankets of safety woven by science, yet the memory of those who coughed their lives away in crowded rooms should not vanish. Their loss is the shadow behind our comfort, reminding us to value every breath. And what of community? The tenement was poor in space but rich in closeness. When death came, no one mourned alone. When work was lost, coins appeared in saucers as if by magic, though it was not magic, but the stubborn generosity of neighbors who had little and still gave. Now our walls are thicker, our doors more private. We guard our lives carefully, and sometimes loneliness grows in the quiet spaces we have bought with prosperity. We have gained ease, but lost the constant rhythm of shared survival. Perhaps that is why stories of the tenements still touch us. They remind us of the warmth that comes when burdens are truly carried together. Progress has softened much, but not all. We still worry for wages, though we call them salaries. We still fret about the price of food, the fairness of labor, the safety of children. The streets are brighter, the houses taller, the rooms cleaner, but the heart continues its old work, to hope, to endure, to look toward a better day. And perhaps that is the greatest comfort, that across the years, through steam to electricity, from rope bridges to steel spans, from newsboys shouting on corners to glowing screens whispering headlines into our palms, the core remains. Families gathering at tables, neighbors offering kindness, children dreaming of more than their parents had. We live differently, yes, but we live out the same long desire to belong, to be safe, to see tomorrow with a little more light than today. So as you listen in the quiet of your own evening, perhaps in a room touched by the hum of modern convenience, let your thoughts drift backward to those narrow halls and candlelit vigils. Imagine Margaret smoothing her daughter's hair, Daniel testing the rope with his palm, Thomas tracing figures carefully in the margin, Sarah cutting petals from scraps. Their world is gone, but its echo lingers in us, in our patience, in our honesty, in our small acts of kindness. And with that, we close the lantern on their story. The years have carried us far from the narrow tenements into an age of ease and invention. Yet the echoes remain, reminding us that comfort is built on their struggle, and dignity still matters most of all. Rest now in the knowledge that history holds you gently as night carries the day. Sleep well.